There are no comments from members of the public regarding closed session items. We have 4 board members present, so we will now go to closed session and return at 5:30 for our open session. So Sarah, send us away.
Okay, I should probably shut the door. Have a good night. Oh, yeah.
And Mark and Laura, you should be able to join closed session now.
Okay, let's start the meeting now. We have 5 board members that I can see, although it looks like Keith, board member Coleman is with us. Board member Tavilder and Jesselyn will be joining us shortly. So we'll start with 5 board members present. I ask all of you, and there is Keith, so I start with 6 board members present, and there is Richard. So now all board members are present. Wonderful. So we will rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Place your hand over your heart and say it with me if you care to. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Wonderful. I would like to, we have one timestamp item for 5:30, but before we do that, I would like to approve the agenda. So is there a motion to approve the agenda as submitted, moved by Craig, seconded by Jennifer? Do a roll call vote. Richard?
Yes.
Lori? It's a nod, a thumbs up. Maria?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Craig?
Yes.
Yes. Keith?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So the agenda is approved 7-0. And you know what? Why don't we approve the minutes while we're all here? Is there a motion to approve the minutes as submitted, moved by Craig, seconded by Maria? Any comments on the minutes, questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call. Richard?
Yes.
Yes, I saw it. Lori? There's a thumbs up. Maria?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Keith, I just saw the thumbs up from him. Craig? Thumbs up from Craig, and I am a thumbs up as well. So the minutes are approved. Wonderful. Let's move to our timestamp item, which is J1, which is a public hearing for the 21-22 Measure R parcel tax CPIU adjustment. Do I have a motion to open the public hearing? Moved by Craig, seconded by Maria. Roll call to approve open the public hearing. Richard?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Jennifer? There's a thumbs up. Craig?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. Are there any members of the public here to address us on this item for this hearing?
I don't see any signed up.
Okay,
I move to close the hearing.
wonderful. Is there a second to close the public hearing? Second by Maria. We'll do a roll call. Craig? Keith?
Yes.
Jennifer? Lori?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so that is closed. There will be an item later in this meeting where we have a major action item to adopt the resolution about the Measure R parcel tax CPIU adjusted rate. That will come to us later in the meeting for during that time. Wonderful, moving along well. Study sessions. I will turn the meeting over to Dr. Mora for our study session on evidence of student learning, lag and lead data review. Dr. Mora and Dr. Bailey, sorry.
Thank you so much. I will be sharing my screen, so you can just give me a moment to get that ready. So good evening, Board President, members of the board, Dr. Drotti, cabinet and guests. This evening, Dr. Bailey and I will be co-presenting our quarter 3 lead data, so the evidence of student learning. So you may have noticed that during these last couple of sessions where we presented our quarter 1 and quarter 2 data, we followed a slightly different format than we've done in the past. And I wanted to just share how it's going to be delineated for this evening. So you'll also see that the format is still different than past years in order to, and we're doing this in order to provide greater clarity around our assessments, their purpose, the work that we're engaging in to be able to provide information to families and to our larger community. So tonight, we are going to be going through and clarifying the purpose of our assessments, describing the types of assessments and how they're used, reviewing our lead measures, and then presenting key findings and next steps. So these two pieces would sound familiar because that's how typically we present the information historically. And then lastly, I want to really provide an update on our 2021 summer school programming, which is connected to our next steps and how this data is informing our practice and the programming that we offer students. So as always, it's important to be able to ground ourselves as to why is it that we look at evidence of student learning? Why is it that we take the time to engage in these conversations and I work together to determine the learning that students have made, the areas of growth, and our next steps. And these are grounded on the priorities and the goals that we have created as a learning community. So you see before you our LCAP goals, which delineated within our learning continuity plan, LCP. They really are the foundation of the work and really drove the actions and strategies within the learning continuity plan as well. So you'll see that goal 1 for us is all graduates are socially just and ready for college and careers. Goal 2, English learners will become proficient in English while engaging in a rigorous, culturally and linguistically responsive, standards-aligned core curriculum. And 3, all students and families engage in safe, well-maintained schools that are culturally responsive and conducive to 21st century learning. So when we're thinking about the work that we're doing day to day, the priorities that we've identified, these are the goals that we work towards and that our sites identify and work towards as they develop their own strategic plans. So as part of this journey in looking at evidence of student learning, we engage in what we call a cycle of inquiry. So we look at Q1, which are our lag metrics. And for this year, we used our baseline data in lieu of the 2020 summative CASP, because if you recall, the CASP was not administered last school year. So we were charged with identifying diagnostic measures for us to be able to determine the learning needs of students beginning in the fall. We presented Q1 and Q2 metrics together this year, and Q2 are lead metrics, and they include not only our fall interim assessments, but also as we moved into Q3, looking at our diagnostic measures. So for Q2, we had fall interim assessments, and then for Q3, we looked at the interim assessments that included also the diagnostic progress monitoring of students based on those assessments that we identified at the beginning of the year. And then lastly, to close out the cycle, we would be utilizing the 2021 CASP summative assessments. But as we have shared with you and the community, this year we determined based on taking doing a close analysis of the needs of our school community, that it was not viable for us to continue and move forward with the administration of the 2021 CASP summative test. So what we have done is then moved into just moving forward with our local measures in order to be able to demonstrate and share with families and the larger community how our students have progressed during this particular school year. So the
Dr.
essential,
Mora,
of course.
Oh, I guess I'll speak. It's okay. I'll speak to this when you're done. So.
Okay, perfect. So when we're thinking about that cycle of inquiry, right, there are some guiding questions that drive our work. So it is designed, the cycle of inquiry is designed for us to be able to monitor student progress on specific goals over the course of the year and then from year to year. Right, so this is a practice that we've been implementing as a larger learning organization, and also that our school sites have been implementing with their grade level teams or department teams to take a look at not only our common interim assessments, but also their site-based assessments as it relates to their strategic focus and the goals that are delineated within their school plan for student achievement. So this particular year, we had a new concern, right? How are our students truly doing in this COVID context. So how is their performance impacted as a result of, one, the physical school closures, and two, continuing to engage through the various challenges of this pandemic that we've been experiencing, their academic and social emotional pieces. And now that we're in the full reopening, what are we starting to see based off of the experiences that our students and our staff and our families have had during this time? And then moving even deeper into that conversation, really taking a look at how are our most vulnerable populations performing, right? So we were really interested in being able to identify the level of learning recuperation that we needed to make sure that we were addressing in the immediacy, but also planning for programming to support and address those learning opportunities that are identified as a result of the interim assessments and diagnostic assessments that we've identified.
Yeah, maybe Dr. Mora, if you can go back to the previous slide, and I think I just want to speak to this from my perspective as superintendent, and Dr. Mora did an awesome job in framing it, but I want to just kind of come back to this in an effort to try to get the community and everybody to really understand how we are able to monitor the progress of 10,000 students from approximately 10,000 students from preschool all the way up to, by the time they matriculate out of Samuel High and Malibu High and Olympic High School. And if you, as I mentioned, there's 10,000 students. We're about 2,000 staff altogether classified, and everything that we do, the research that we spend, everything we have to do has to go towards ensuring that whatever we are delivering is working in terms of academic success. And how do you define academic success? Obviously, there are some metrics that everybody looks at. The way we get ranked as a district, when parents decide to attend a certain school, they look at metrics. So the academic metrics that everyone looks at are based on assessments that our students take in a year-by-year basis. And all these assessments are not everything. They don't monitor, they don't evaluate the intellect or everything and all the different aspects of what an intellect is supposed to be. There are measurements that every institution in America has to look at to try to make sure that they meet. And obviously, when students graduate, when they attend college, when they're successful in the AP tests, when they're successful in the SAT tests, when they're successful in life, we have to check along the way whether we're being successful year by year, and more importantly, within the year, right? More importantly, within the year. And this cycle is something I just want everybody to really kind of pay close attention to when we talk about lag metrics number one, which is around August, we actually identify where our students are at all grade levels, from preschool all the way up to high school. We ask the question, how did they do the previous year? And what specific needs do they have? And then we organize ourselves accordingly, and then we execute a plan. Around November, quarter two, we ask the same question. Based on our plan, how did our students do? In order for us to have that answer, there has to be some kind of metrics we look at that'll tell us whether we're making progress or not. So that way we can intervene within the year, around November. And then against quarter three, around February, March, we ask another question. Okay, based on our progress from quarter one to quarter two, how are we doing now based on the adjustments we made after quarter two and three? How did they do? And when you ask that question, there still has to be some kind of a measure that we look at, which is in form of an assessment. And then lastly, around June, our students then are measured based on what the state is expecting and based on what the next grade level is going to be looking at, and which is that STAR CASP assessment that everybody takes. I'm only highlighting this because these are the tools we, as your superintendent, as Dr. Moore, assistant superintendent, as Dr. Kelly, Melody Kennedy, and everybody that else, our divisions work towards, are to ensure that students are making progress, and we have to continue to monitor whether we're making where we're having success or not. In an area where we're not having success, then we can intervene. So I just thought I'd come back to this because certain communities are different. They embrace assessments and measures and all that, and others are more challenging. And I just think, and we're in a community that sometimes does not understand why we have assessments and why we do these things. But absent that information, right? Absent the information I just got through explaining to you that we would need, I wouldn't know what to talk about in terms of where we need to intervene or not intervene. And Dr. Moore is gonna next board meeting talk about just learning losses. Today's conversations are about learning loss, okay? Just to look at a grade C or grade B or F or D or there isn't anything specific I, as a leader of this place, can say, what does that D mean in terms of academic skills that our students are lacking or not lacking. So anyway, I thought that was important that I just reiterate this piece here. So please continue.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Dr. Drotti. I think that really sets the tone for just moving into the next section, which really is the why of our assessments, right? Why do we have an assessment continuum? And I will hand it over to Dr. Bailey to walk us through this piece, because I think the why is important to clarify, and it will help build understanding on how these assessments, why these assessments exist and how they are utilized throughout the school year in order to inform adjustments that need to be made to our instructional practices.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this time to be able to discuss the purpose behind assessments. So teachers are constantly assessing students, both informally and formally. So the question is, why do we spend time as a district to coordinate more formal settings of assessments, or more regular paced at regular intervals? And the reason is because those assessments allow us to identify needs and then match those needs with resources that are research-based and proven to meet the needs that we're identifying. The next slide. And we mentioned lag and lead data. And so just briefly to discuss the difference between the two, lag measures are like the rock in this picture. They're slow to move forward, and they make incremental improvements. And those are the summative sort of end of the unit, end of the term, end of the year assessments. And they're predictive usually of long-term success, right? But the lead measures, which is what we as a district have implemented in the assessment continuum, are ones that are smaller, more concrete, and more nimble, but are also predictive of performance on the lag measures. So that we can influence the students' performance on those smaller lead measures faster and quicker, and make adjustments to the way we instruct, the way we intervene when students are not succeeding at the pace that we would like them to. And that intervention allows us to move the boulder, right, with a lever or lever, depending on how you want to pronounce it. And the next slide. So as Dr. Drotti alluded to, pretty perfectly set, it was a perfect setup for this. How would you help this student? So if you've ever had a student in your life that you've gotten their grade report and they're not happy with it, or you're not happy with it, one or the other, preferably both, right? How would you help them? So say this student has an English grade of a B-. It's an 81%. Their essays and their tests come to about 37.5 out of 50 points, equaling 75%. Homework, 24 out of 30, 80%, and classwork, 20 out of 20, 100%. This data should, and we've all tried to do this, right? As an academic support counselor, a few jobs back, I had to do this on a regular basis. Tried to identify where I could help the students and plug in the resources they needed to improve their performance. And so the answer with this data is that, well, they just need to work harder, right? Something's happening between they're getting 100% in the classroom, classwork, they're showing up, they're doing the work, maybe not a completely work, they're about 80%. And yet that work, that effort isn't showing up equally on their assessments, their end of the term assessments. So oftentimes your intervention that you can typically give this student is to simply that they need to work a little harder, right? Study a little more. But that's, if you've ever worked with a child, they'll often tell you, well, I am working hard, right? So that's why we need assessments. And if in the next slide, if we look at, if we had a diagnostic measure that showed us that this student is having like an literacy assessment or an interim assessment that shows about their performance on standards, we might find out that that student is having difficulty with vocabulary and reading comprehension. So instead of just telling the student, well, we just need to work a little bit harder and hit the books more and spend more time there, we now know that that student needs to study some vocabulary flashcards. That student needs to practice some reading comprehension, understanding maybe how to break down a paragraph and identify the main idea. So that these diagnostic measures give us, basically they give us more information to better listen to the needs of the student. And essentially, that means it gives us solutions. So assessments are really observations about student skills and knowledge. Diagnostic assessments and other type of lead measures give us critical information to immediately support instructional planning. They also keep the district accountable to results-driven, research-supported actions. So the next slide describes, it's a great picture. Accountability is the glue that ties commitment to results. We think of accountability as punitive, but really it's about this self-reflective process to make sure that what we promise is what we fulfill, what happens. And the switch to the local control funding formula resulted in the requirements of a district plan, the LCAP, and a school plan, the school version of that is based upon multiple measures. So every action taken by the district and the school must have corresponding data to support the necessity of that action. So not only is it good practice, but it's required for us to be able to support our decision-making process with data that identifies the needs of students. So really diagnostic measures allow for fundings to be applied in meaningful, powerful strategies. And this is the kind of types of, this is sort of a picture that really gives us a conceptual understanding of what kinds of assessments we do and are regularly applied in schools everywhere. So at the top of the pyramid, you see summative assessments. There's, again, they're the end of the unit, term or year tests. Basically, they're the autopsy for what went wrong. So if we're discussing a car, it would be like going to the mechanic, right? And you're trying to find what went wrong with your car. Diagnostic and interim assessments really focus on two main ideas: creating consistency across the school and the district, and being able to initiate interventions on a larger scale. So using that car analogy again, it would be like getting your oil changed or your tires rotated. So formative assessments, the bottom of the pyramid, this is more of the classroom-based teacher assessments that are happening, like an exit ticket, if you've ever heard of that, or sort of a quick like a 1 or 2 second warm-up quiz, just to see if the students retain the knowledge from the previous lesson. So that's what formative assessments are. They're focused on one teacher, one grade, and one grade or one grade level team, or a course team if you're in the secondary. The purpose of those are to make adjustments in the instruction. To complete the car analogy, it would be like checking your oil and other fluids while you're filling up your gas tank. So, and there's another name for all of this. It's called responsive teaching. Responsive teaching is about focusing on teaching the child, not the subject or the program. Assessments are really a collection of observations about how our instruction impacts the student. Frequently we think of all assessments as summative, but they're not. They're simply tools that teachers, schools, and districts leverage for quality control and school improvement. And to kind of further develop that, we'll go on to the next slide. There. So interim assessments, are one version of what we, of this version of the middle tier that we use. So specifically when we talk about IABs, now IABs stand for Interim Assessment Blocks, and they come from our State Assessment Consortium. It's the same producers of the summative test that we take. They break these down into small standards-based blocks, and they allow us to deliver this and deliver these assessments and periodic times as we see fit. So we offer the IABs in grades 3 through 8 and 11th grade, and individual teachers use those to drill down on results in order to inform instructional planning for specific learning targets. So the first thing is it begins with a general performance comparison. It's like fall to winter. And then we review individual student performances. And then we look at item and distractor analysis. So in the next slide, we'll see an example from English language arts. So, and this is our school district's performance on this particular set of assessments. So the claim, which is sort of the kind of topic standard, is reading informational texts. Its sort of counterpart would be reading literary texts, right? Informational texts are nonfiction. The claim here states students can read closely and analytically to comprehend a range of increasingly complex literary and informational texts. So the specific part of that claim that we're looking at is the informational texts in this assessment. The targets of the assessment tests are analysis within or across texts. And on this particular assessment, there were 2 questions. 61% of our students earned full credit. It also tests central ideas, like their identification of central ideas in a paragraph or a small reading passage. There are 3 questions, and 35% of our students earn full credit. Identifying key details, 3 questions, 63% earned full credit. Our language use, 3 questions, 63% earned full credit. Reasoning and evidence, 3 questions, 37 earned full credit. And then word meanings is 2 questions. So statistically speaking, when we are looking at trying to glean truths from this assessment, we're going to want to look at questions or targets that have 3 questions or more to be able to make a conclusion about our students' performance on that, because you need generally three items to triangulate and make a conclusion. So now if we just looked at this assessment alone, we'd probably drop off the 2 questions. They'd be informational to the teacher on a lower level, right? And a very classroom level basis. But when we're looking at this at the macro level at a school district perspective, we're going to really look at the ones that have 3 questions or more. I would suggest that our teachers work on 2 things, right? Identifying central ideas and reasoning and evidence for 3 questions, right? Those were the lower scoring elements. But it's also important to note one other component, is that looking at the difficulty level analysis. So for students, when there are moderate level difficulty in questions, we got 66% of the students got it correct. And the difficult questions, 40%. So that's also a factor into this. And when teachers come to meet and discuss the results of their students, that's what they would look at. Well, what about that hard question was hard for them? And how do we need to teach them on that particular skill? So we can,
Maybe Dr. Bailey, you can go back there.
Okay.
I thought you did a masterful job explaining how the process will work, and thank you for that. And I guess what I want to just tell the whole community also is, the people that are listening, is that often when people look at these assessments, or some people, not often, but some people look at these assessments and say, why is that even necessary? We don't need that kind of an assessment and all that. The question becomes, these skills that are bulleted, the question becomes, are those not skills that we want to make sure that students are able to master? And I don't want anybody to think that we're under the illusion that this is the end all be all. It's not. It's just it's a piece of skill that students have to have in order to master English language arts as measured by all the industry out there. It does not mean that we're not going to not address the bigger global issues of education, such as climate change and addressing 21st century needs and all that. Those are all there. And we have ways to incorporate that into a curriculum to provide context for learning. But along the way, our students still need to be able to do analyze within it or across text. They need to understand the concept of central idea, key details, and so on. So I thought Dr. Bailey's example of this is great. And I just want people to understand that we're not just testing to test, but the whole idea is using it for what Dr. Bailey's talking about, getting the staff together so that we can be self-reflective as an institution on how we respond and how we meet the students where they are.
And if I can also add, I think one of the things that I also want to highlight is the difficulty level analysis, right? So students are able to apply it when there's a depth of knowledge that's maybe at a 1 or 2, so they can apply it. But as the question or the concept becomes more complex.
Carlos, are you translating? We can hear you in the English room. That's okay.
Sorry about that. Thank you. So as I was mentioning, so as the questions become more complex, then we're noticing that students are having a more challenging time applying their learning to more complex problems or challenges presented within this particular assessment, which also speaks to what Dr. Drotti just mentioned, right? Are students able to apply this learning in a more complex tasks through project-based learning experiences, through the integration of multiple or interdisciplinary performance tasks? So really thinking about how all of the approaches that we have prioritized are supporting our students in being able to demonstrate their learning in multiple ways through multiple measures. And that's where the importance of an assessment continuum that highlights different ways of being able to determine the student learning is important, because then we can triangulate and be able to see how are our students doing, and are they able to demonstrate their mastery of student learning in a different way, and recognizing that and being able to call out those pieces and supporting them in developing the skill sets in order to be able to demonstrate mastery in multiple experiences and assessment tools.
Here's an example of an actual item. So if you notice, teachers can view in the IAB system, they can view their item, this particular item, and the answer choices to get a better understanding of students' potential misconceptions. So for example, this is an article about Khufu, who was crowned king of Egypt. And so students would read this, and in reflection, the teachers would read this as well and try and identify where they could have gotten wrong. Number 10. So for math, here's an example of a claim. Now, this was a focus IAB, which is even more drilled down than a typical IAB. And you can see it in the claims and the standards being assessed. If you notice, if we go to the left, concepts and procedures, the target is the overarching claim. Math standards are a little different than English, but the target is to define, evaluate, compare functions. Now that has 6 questions. So it was fewer standards that it's looking at, but they go a little bit deeper, more questions. So the information and it tests the different student skills in several different ways. And so if you can see, our students earned 52%, or 52% earned full credit on that assignment, or that question, those 6 questions. For concepts and procedures, same claim, but this time using functions to model relationships between quantities. There were 5 questions, and 60% of our students earned full credit. For communicating reasoning, we had 2 questions. For modeling and data analysis, we had 1 question with 37 earned full credit. And for problem solving, we had 1 question with 43 and 43% earned full credit. So if you're just looking at the analysis for the percentages, you would look initially to look at those last 2, But again, we just need to caution you to look at that. There's only one question per those standards. And in the system, when you look at them specifically, those are both the difficult questions. And so the difficulty rating is a little higher. So while it's important to know where your students are in the stretch, that you can move the students who are ready to move forward another step, it's also important to take that with with the knowledge that additional testing might be needed to be able to better triangulate their skill. So in this particular perspective, our students are doing 52 to 60%. So perhaps just a general focus, 52 to 60%, the general focus more on concepts and procedures, and specifically as it relates to functions, would be important to do, and perhaps a post-test later on.
Now I'll just add I'll just add just a piece to this thing as we break down the results of these assessments, it helps them in so many different areas with our targeted support. But if you think you are, if you're in an IEP, for example, and you are looking at a student that is special education, and obviously and IEPs have social skills as well as academic skills. But without this, and if you just look at grades only, what would you possibly do? What would you look at, and what target would you identify on an IEP if this diagnostic is not there, if this data is not there? It becomes difficult. So having assessments like this does impact how we are able to set goals for our all students who often fall behind in achievement. And not only students fall behind in achievement in achievement gap, but students that are also above the achievement gap line, where we can actually identify where the areas where they still need support and where they don't need support. So it has huge implications on our response. And I just wanted to add that to it.
So here's the actual item. I won't quiz anyone and ask if you can answer the question. But here's Simon measures the depth of water in centimeters in his fish tank at the end of each day. His measurements are shown, right? And then the question asks, which equation shows the water depth Y in the fish tank over X days? So if you're viewing this particular presentation later, you can also click on the link before, right there, to view more information about that assessment. So going back to our essential question is, why lead measures? Well, there's a popular analogy in education where a summative assessments, end of the year assessments, or lag measures are literally compared to an autopsy. And an autopsy is very informative to the doctor. It doesn't help the patient very much. And so that's why we use lead measures. Lead measures, regular checkups, will help us help the student in the moment. And that's why this assessment continuum is critical, so that we can really make a difference in the lives of children while we have them. And with that, I'm going to kick over to Dr. Mora, our key findings. Oh no, this is still me. I apologize. I forgot. All right. So these are the types of assessments that we have. Our diagnostic assessments are FastBridge. We use a FastBridge literary assessments. We also now just recently have added the STAR reading assessment as well. We have this for English language arts, and it is for grades K through 8. And next year we'll have a diagnostic assessment for K through 12. And that is what we've just recently initiated as the STAR reading assessments. We used our baseline. We used a fall diagnostic for 9 through 12 was an essay. It's completed 2 to 3 times a year. And the purpose of it is to really monitor essential skills that develop over time. So that's really a key concept. Their diagnostic measures assess skills that develop over time, such as literacy skills, fluency skills, things along those lines. Now, interim assessments measure standards-based learning. So these are the CASP interim assessment blocks, also referred to as IABs, from the California Department of Education, or their teacher created, that's also based upon question types that teachers kind of pull from banks that are from similar summative assessment, based on the summative assessments that the state performs. And so they pull those into an assessment through our Illuminate assessment system. So we have assessments for an English language arts for grades 3 through 11, and it is teacher created interim in grades 9 and 10. For math, we have actually we have kinder through 11th grade, and a teacher created interim in grades kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade. And then they use the interim assessment blocks in every other grade after that. Now we administer this after an essential piece of guaranteed and viable curriculum has been taught. So while the diagnostics test whether or not there's this skill building over time, guaranteed and viable curriculum is basically our set of lessons that we as professionals guarantee that we're going to provide for our students. And so what these interim assessments do is they test their learning on specific standards or specific learning targets. So we do this to gauge if we are achieving our curriculum and lesson goals.
Can I speak to that real quick too, Dr. Bailey? So, as we administer these assessments, it's important. Our district is special in the fact that we have great schools that have different philosophies or approach to teaching students, right? So delivering curriculum. I just got through meeting with Rogers principal about their IB development, and they're going to be
International baccalaureate.
Baccalaureate, yes.
It's late. I should have had a late coffee. International baccalaureate. I love the international baccalaureate, and so the question becomes, well, how is that related to what's going on at Edison with dual immersion? And then how is that related to the great work that's happening in McKinley with project-based learning, and what's happening at Webster with project-based learning? The approaches, the context by which they deliver curriculum are different, but what grounds all of us together about the progress of students from preschool all the way up to high school, because those kids are going to eventually merge to either Lincoln, Malibu Middle, or JAMS. The expectations that they learn these skills, so that way that 6th grade teacher, 7th grade teacher, 8th grade teacher takes the baton from the elementary schools, wherever they come from, and continues their progress, and then they hand it off to Samuel High. What grounds us together in making sure that we don't go off the rails and just deliver something that the next teacher can't inherit are these measures, right? So if I'm approaching project-based learning through IB, like in Rogers, the expectation is that those kids are learning these skills, these academic skills, but through the lens of IB and so on. So, but these measures are what really binds us together, because if we recognize that, let's just say somehow one school students continue to struggle compared to others, then we then have a look at, well, how are you delivering your curriculum, and are you actually guaranteeing what we said students are going to learn, irrespective of how you approach the instruction. So if we eliminate this piece out of the way, there isn't a way to measure whether we're making progress in a parallel way before the merger occurs at the middle school. So, and then before the middle schools converge at the high schools. So without this, it'll be a guess at that point. But at least with these assessments, we can intervene within the year and after the year is done, so that way we can continue to make the necessary adjustments.
Thank you, Dr. Doherty. And to build on that piece, this really speaks to the opportunity and the ability to be able to engage at the site level, and even at the school site level, between schools, and then within a school site, within their grade level teams, their classrooms and grade level teams, vertically and horizontally, to really look at what do we want our students to know, which is the guaranteed viable curriculum, right? The curriculum guides. How did we map that out? Then every school identified their strategic focus and the strategies that they believe are the highest leverage to address the needs of their community. As Dr. Brady mentioned, for Rogers is the IB, International Baccalaureate. We have schools that are focusing on project-based learning, really honing in on the use of effective strategies to address these learning needs, deep learning as part of project-based learning as well. Teachers College Readers and Writers Workshop, cognitively guided instruction as it relates for us thinking about math and addressing those needs. So they take a look at how they're going to do it, right? So they know what they want to teach. How are they going to know that students are learning that? And that's where the interim assessments that we have identified as a district support that work on top of their own site-based assessments that will be used to triangulate and see have students been able to master this and are able to demonstrate and apply these concepts in multiple experiences and avenues, right? And then what are we going to do if students have not mastered the content? So what are those interventions, right? And then what are we going to do if they did? So how are we going to enrich? So this really gives us the opportunity to support this work at a district level. And it's been taking place as site school leadership teams within a respective school site. And then we were also engaging in this work across school sites when we were coming together for our SLT days to take a look at this data, engage in conversations and share strategies, instructional strategies across schools that modeled the work that was taking place within their school sites as they were sharing instructional strategies within a grade level and across grade levels. So this is what allows us to really be thoughtful and intentional during those professional learning opportunities within grade level teams and school site teams.
So for this quarter, or for last presentation that we had, it was our Q1 and Q2 data presentations. And we made a loose comparison between diagnostic assessments and interim assessments. And we cautioned that while we can look for trends, it was comparing apples and oranges. So what we did to kind of sort of adjust for that is we looked at the movement between the highest performing band, the skin, right, and of the apple or the rind of the orange, and compared that. And then we also compared the lowest performing bands, the seeds. So the idea is that we're not saying that these assessments were the same and are directly comparable, but we can look to see if there was movements. If there were extreme swings to either end, we knew that we were going to have some serious learning loss issues that we needed to adjust for. And so that was that comparison. The next, this Q3 data, however, you're going to see a comparison between apples and apples. So diagnostic assessments are compared to diagnostic assessments, a fall administration and a winter administration of the same assessment type. So interim assessments are compared to interim assessments. So therefore, this presentation compares apples to apples. So in the interim assessments, they are different claims and targets, but we can make sort of global comparisons on how we're doing in English language arts. Now, one assessment may be about reading literary texts and one may be reading informational texts. And there are some comparison in between. And there are different assessments focused on the math assessments, different standards of tested in the math assessments. However, we can globally sort of say from a macro level how we're doing in accumulation of standards-based teaching in our courses. And so those are the kinds of comparisons that we're going to find. And with that, Dr. Morrow will take it over to discuss our key findings.
Thank you, Dr. Bailey. So as we think about our key findings, I want to preface this by articulating that this is a synthesis of all of the data pieces. The data pieces are available in this presentation in the various appendices. So the goal is to really be able to highlight areas of strength as it relates to participation and performance, and also areas of growth for both participation and performance. And that then in turn informed our next steps that further informs our summer offerings for this coming year, pardon me. So participation on diagnostic and interim assessments. So you can see before you that we've identified, as I mentioned, areas of strength and our growth points. So we'll start with areas of strength. So we were able to see that participation was over 75% in all tested grades. We saw that there was slightly higher participation for our English learners, our SED, our socially economic disadvantaged, low-income students, our students with disabilities, our homeless foster youth, and our at-promise students. So we saw slightly higher participation for our student groups. And we also saw an increased participation in most grade levels in ELA and math interim from winter 2020 to winter 2021 for most tested grades. So what we're seeing is that this year we saw an increase in participation compared to last year for that winter assessment, which is what we want to see. We want to see participation increasing every single year so that we can get have a clearer and deeper understanding of the learning our students have made as a result of the instruction that is taking place. So the growth points that we've identified really hone in, although we do want to recognize that we've had a 75% participation and 76% participation within this current climate of distance learning and virtual providing assessments to students virtually. We do need, as we continue moving forward and planning for the future, we need to expand participation in our high school. Right? We also need to look at and work on identifying strategies to increase participation in our kindergarten, 7th and 8th grade. So when we looked at the various grade levels, we saw that there was a need to increase participation in these particular grade levels. We also want to focus on increasing participation to 95%. Right? We're really proud of our ability to have met that 76 and 75%. But we want it, once we're back in person, we want to increase that so we have the majority of our students participating in this assessment so that we can utilize this information to guide any adjustments that we need to make instructionally at the site and then what we need to support as a district. So we also need to make sure that this is evident not only in the diagnostic assessments, which is the information that you see in the first 3 bullets, but then also moving into the interim assessments, because what we've noticed is although there was an increase in participation, we're still not at 95%. So we want to make sure that as we plan for the future, that we work on how we are going to make sure that we're monitoring and supporting our teachers and our students to take these assessments. We also need to include grades kinder through 2nd grade and 12th grade in the ELA interims. That is something that is on our docket to develop and work with our teachers to identify what those interims would look like. And then need to increase participation in 12th grade as it relates to math, right? So how can we support our students to continue their math, their math coursework through 12th grade, and also make sure that we have an interim in order to assess their learning there. So these are the areas of strength as we think about participation on both the diagnostic and interims. This is important because this then helps us to be able to identify areas of need based on a larger group of our students instead of a smaller sample size.
Dr. Moore, I'll just add a piece to this. If you're wondering why measure participation and so on, and I'm going to preface this by saying this, I've been in a lot of conversations with DLAC, DLAC parents, as well as our African-American parents and Latinx parents. And I've been in enough meetings with at least CDAC, the people that represent special education, that have special education children, and the need and the request of me to have some kind of a report card that provides it. And so if you think about a report card, initially a report card, we provide you progress reports, report cards. But as I engage in these conversations, I think their request is beyond what we are providing. So far, often we just give a grade or a grade or some results that it's hard for them to decipher how to, even if you wanted to get a tutor to support the students, or if we wanted to have some kind of support for students, having that specific information about what to intervene on just is not there. So in talking to them, I come to realize that what they need is actually what we're, and so I would love to be able to deliver on that, not only give grades, but give a diagnostic with information to all parents. All right, whether you want it or don't want it, but you at least have information that says at the end of the year or during the year, your son or daughter is successful in these particular claims, but is struggling with these particular areas and all that. If you imagine the power of having that information and where we can then try to divert resources within the year, or even for those that want to talk about some kind of tutoring after school or in the summer, or just the whole idea of learning loss, it would be very targeted. But if we don't have students that are taking these assessments, we're not going to have that information, right? We wouldn't necessarily know where to go intervene. So I just wanted to kind of speak to that, because the participation is important for those reasons.
Thank you, Dr. Drotti.
Yeah.
And so it's the participation that allows us to be able to identify areas of strength for our students and the areas of growth for them, right? And the diagnostic assessment that we utilize and the interim assessments have ways for us to be able to share with our families how students, the areas where students excelled in and what areas they need additional support in. So that is available through our current assessment tools. So then we think about the performance on the diagnostic and interim assessments. So as I mentioned, these are broad. This is a broad synthesis of where we are in relationship to the assessment pieces. And it's important to take a look at this and look at it from a broader perspective, because we have to go back to the questions that we asked ourselves at the very beginning, right? How are our students doing in this COVID context, right? Those were the questions that are guiding our cycles of inquiry. How are our students doing in this COVID context? What is the learning recovery plan that we need to be developing? How are we going to be addressing the needs of our most vulnerable students? And this is important because there was huge anticipation and concern about the magnitude of the learning loss that we would experience as a result of the physical closures and being in a distance learning, teaching and learning space. And what we were able to see based on our interim assessments and also some of in our diagnostic assessments is that we have been able to maintain student performance in both ELA and math interim assessments. Again, maintain to previous levels, right? So thinking about how we did last year on this winter assessment, we were able to maintain student learning. That does not mean that there's not areas for us to grow in, because we've identified that there is an opportunity and an engagement gap that we need to address. However, we want to keep in mind that we did not see significant dips in learning based on the interim and our lead measures. What we did see was a slight increase in the percentage of students scoring at exceeding standard in ELA for all student groups. Again, this does not mean that we did not have students in the other bands. We do, and we need to focus on that. But I want to really come in, really hone in that this is about looking at, are we seeing the learning loss that was anticipated as a result of the physical closures and COVID-19 pandemic? And based on our measures, we do not see that significant dip. We did see a slight increase in percentage of students exceeding standard in math for most of our student groups, not all of them, for most of them. So this has to do with both our interim assessments that we have implemented. Now the growth points, which is looking at our diagnostic, which measure the development of skills over time versus the interim assessments, which really look at, as we are developing and implementing the essential standards that we developed and identified within our modified guaranteed viable curriculum for distance learning. Based on what we focused our efforts and our instruction in, were students able to maintain or increase. And we're seeing that based on the standards that we've identified, that our teachers identified as a result of coming together and developing a modified GVC for distance learning and honing in their focus on those essential standards and skills and going deeply into that allowed us to maintain. But when we looked at the broader skill development, which is with the diagnostic measures, we did see an increase of a 3% increase in the percentage of students that needed tier 3 supports in literacy. So that means that we went from an 11% to a 14% based on that diagnostic assessment. So looking at the fast bridge at that moment in time, because we had not yet implemented star reading for 6 through 12. So you might be wondering, what does that 11% and 14% mean? So when we think about the 11% for fall, we had 615 students out of the 5,631 who took the assessment that were at a tier 3. In this winter administration, we had 773 students out of the 5,521 students that took the test. So as you notice, although we did see some increase, we still had to work on the number of students that were able to complete the assessment. So we've seen an increase in tier 3 based on the winter assessment from 615 to 773 students, K through 8, right? And this, then when we take a closer look, a deeper dive into that data, we were able to see that grades kindergarten through 3rd demonstrated the greatest need. And when we delved even deeper, it really called for us to focus in on addressing the needs of our at promise, low-income SAT students, our English learners, and our students with disabilities. So really thinking about, based on this information that the data, that the evidence of student learning is giving us, what are going to be our next steps? So for us, an overall area of strength that is guiding, that has supported us and is supporting us in making decisions as we move forward and prepare for summer, is that we have a balanced diagnostic and interim data that gives us a broader understanding, a deeper understanding of the learning recovery needs of our students, right? Because our students did learn during this period of time, and there are going to be students that need additional expanded learning opportunities to recover any learning that is needed. So our next steps really need to be focusing on increasing student participation on diagnostic and interim assessments so that we have a deeper and clearer understanding of the needs of our students as an entire learning community. We want to work with our site principals to ensure that all students are able to complete the spring local assessments that we have in place. So looking at our fast bridge, star reading, and our MDTP so that we have the information. And the MDTP is focusing on math at the secondary level. So really having that information to guide our next steps as we look at summer and then plan for the fall. Incorporate identified ELA and math skills within the redesign of the summer school curriculum. And we have expanded our summer school offering to include more grade levels. So previously, summer school was offered for students in 1st through 6th grade. This year, we are offering it to students in kindergarten through 8th grade, and high school, we've continued to offer summer school for the students in 9th through 12. We want to continue providing in-school supports to identified student groups in their identified areas of need. So that's where the power of these interim and diagnostic assessments come, when our teachers come together and take a look at that and are able to identify what are those areas, targeted areas of need, and how can we provide those supports to our students. And then continue providing access to after-school personalized learning opportunities to target groups in these identified areas. So this year, we were able to implement our academic support program for elementary and middle school. We want to continue to move in that direction and expand it if possible for this coming year so that we are able to address the needs of all of our tier 3 students and possibly extend it if available to those tier 2 as well. So I wanted to open it up to see if there are any questions before I delve into, well, what does summer look like
Dr. Moore,
now that we have this information?
Dr. Moore, what I'd like to do, as well as give you a chance to maybe grab a sip of water or something after that, Dr. Bailey as well. we have both a 6:45 and a 7 o'clock timestamp item.
Mhm.
So what I'd like to do, if possible, is ask board members, there are no public comments on this. So if board members have any questions or comments on this first part of the presentation, I'd like to do that now. And then after our timestamps, we'll come back and pick up with the summer school offerings. I hate to break it up, but that's the only way to do it right now. So board members, are there questions, comments for Dr. Mora, Dr. Bailey, Dr. Drotti on this particular item, the first part of this item? Yeah, Maria.
No, thank you for the information. I think you did clarify a lot of misconceptions, I think, when you were looking at grades and what they really mean. I mean, thank you for that, for kind of spelling it out, because what does a grade really mean? What does an A, B, C, or D actually really mean? Unless you really can dive into it to figure out how did you get that grade in the first place, right? And so I do like that idea that you were looking specifically into those assessments, specific questions regarding, diving deeper into what areas in a particular, what particular areas the students are not doing well in. So I imagine that then with that in mind, with the teacher, let's say in a particular class, let's say our first grade in mind, after they do it, they take these assessments, that they're able then to hone in on the type of, I guess, a differentiated instruction, because I'm sure that all the kids are going to be in, a big spectrum, right, of different areas of learning. So, and let me ask you this. I mean, is this something that, let's say, this is one in the first grade, but sometimes I'm looking at this, I'm saying, boy, that's overwhelming. Now, do first grade teachers, is this part of the process that then first grade teachers hopefully would gather with other first grade teachers in that particular school to kind of help support each other in the processes of how best to differentiate their instruction for all first graders? I mean, that's my question, because if not, it's a great, I think it's great, but it's just, to me, who's not a teacher, I'm going like, wow, that's a lot of work to be able to.
Yes, so they do engage in what we call professional learning communities at the respective school sites. And they do have data chats to take a look at how are students doing based on these measures, and then what are some possible next steps as it relates to the instructional practice. Of course, this year things look different, because remember, we had to make adjustments and change our practices just in lieu of the modality and of virtual learning. But teachers were coming together to share practices and really be able to identify what was working, what was not working. We also had our instructional coaches that support our teachers in implementing and deepening their practice. And I know our principals also worked with our teachers in having conversations around how things are being implemented and adjusted as a result of the various data points. So yes, that is in the ideal situation. Yes, we do that. This year we had to make adjustments just in lieu of everything that we've been living and experiencing. But teachers are meeting together to take a look at how they can address student needs based on data pieces.
And just one more thing. I guess I'm following up with what Dr. Drotti mentioned in terms of the pieces that a lot of our parents, I think not only just EL parents, but special education, anybody, parents would really want a report card that has more specific in terms of their child's needs and just A, B, or C grades. And part of it is then is there a possibility for when you do these assessments, are they how can I say assessed through a computer system so that you're able to extract that information, so it makes it easier for you to put that information in a report card?
Yes, and yes. So to speak to your previous question, it does look like a lot of work because we've condensed the data for you, but actually the assessment systems that we use, teachers can, most of them already show graphs and charts. And so they're not in the act of compiling the work, they're looking at it for the most part and diving deep. So the work is really the conversation about how to, and that's why we've purchased certain assessments over others, and are continually reflecting upon what assessment systems we purchase to give us that better information and what we call data visualizations. So because we're looking at more globally, that's why we create our own charts and tables, but teachers have access to the systems that create that. But to speak to your other question, we do have systems that we can push out those responses to families, and we're working on developing better ways to do it as well.
And I can also add for the STAR reading, particularly that we just launched this spring for 6 through 12, there is a parent report that delineates specifically the skills and strategies of strength and the identified areas of need, which will support not only our at promise students, but our high achievers, right? What are the areas of growth that they need to focus to just go up to that next level and demonstrate mastery? So it's really about how can we support our students in growing as individuals and obtaining their maximum potential, and giving them also the information so that they can hone in their efforts instead of trying to focus on multiple things. If they're knowing that they're having a challenging time in one particular strand, addressing that area, and then maybe and being able to see the impact of that focused learning on their overall progress and mastery within the literacy of their English courses per se. And so parents will have that information available to them through a parent report that's in both English and Spanish. And that will really support our English learner families in being able to see what areas of need do we need to work on together to support our students in reaching the reclassification criteria, and also for our families with students with 504 plans or with IEPs to be able to see, okay, how does this inform the development of goals, right? How does this inform our work as a team as we continue moving forward in developing the programming for our students?
I have Richard and then Jennifer.
Thank you, Dr. Mora. Thank you, Dr. Bailey. This study session is a good reminder, a good tune-up for me. But something specifically that Dr. Drotti said is prompting my comment here. There's so much here, which I so appreciate, and we could each go in a different direction on how we could see this data impact the work of the district and what we're hoping to do. And I think all of us are right. Our minds are on the learning loss that potentially is out there. So I'm happy to see your higher findings are not as, I was happy to see those findings.
Yeah.
Smile on my face there. Something that Dr. Drotti said pertaining to the, something you said pertaining to the report card that parents are asking for, that's, I don't know how many parents are asking for it, but it made me think about the improvements and what grades mean, and something that Maria mentioned also. And those of us, everyone here on this board and the parents watching, I think we all long for the days, or at least I will say I long for the days when children are at the elementary school level, and there is really, I think, a better articulation as to where work needs to be done pertaining to the standards that need to be met, et cetera. I think that that's really significant. It's that the upper grades, right, that we get where it's the standalone grade, and oftentimes it's not a conveyance pertaining to standards that aren't being met, or what is going into kind of that mark that comes. Am I making any sense, Dr. Mora?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
So I just wanted to share that how, I think everybody on the board knows, but I'm a teacher, but I'm a teacher at the community college level. And for some time now, for well over a decade, we've implemented, which I know you're aware of, student learning outcomes. And so as a teacher myself, we're not just entering a grade for each student, but we also are responding to a variety of outcomes, learning outcomes, some which are set by the state, of course, similar for us at our level of education for SMMUSD, but also some that are specific to kind of what the sensibilities and the mission for the college is. I'm fascinated by that, because I do think more data for all of us, but I also understand how much work it is, and it's what the challenge is there. So my question is this: do we have any comparable, and I don't need to know this answer now because you may not know it, but I'm genuinely interested in whether or not there are districts that are moving in that direction, pre-K-12 districts that are moving in the district in the way of getting kind of that supplemental feedback, let's by way of report card to parents. Is that happening places? And it's such a big lift. It was so much a hurdle for those of us teaching at a level with adult learners. I can only imagine how hard that might be at our public institution, pre-K-12. So I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation, but that is something that stuck out in my mind as I was hearing the report, and then when Dr. Dradi jumped in there and he made those comments about that, and thinking about ways in which back to the refresher and how important it was to hear you give this presentation again, is that because you bring this information, this data to us often, is how important that data, that information is to trying to meet to fully meet our mission and our goals. And so I see it both as exciting and also daunting. But I do want to say your findings put a smile on my face, because I was maybe expecting something a little less hopeful. Thank you.
And then and to answer your question there, from my perspective, since I made that comment, we're not blind to know that whatever we have to do has to not be a burden, because it's more or less about the conversation, like Dr. Morris said, and how we implement what we need to implement to support the students. So, but there are technologies and districts very efficient at doing this work. And we just came from one school district in Santa Barbara. You know the schools that are very successful, because when you go to the kids, they would tell you, you know what, I struggle with close reading, and I think my teacher wanted me to do blank, blank, blank. So when you ask students, hey, how you doing? Oh, I'm doing well. I'm doing well in this class, but I'm really struggling with it. If they can actually name it themselves, how powerful is that? Because now it means that they're taking their own ownership of what they need to learn.
So Jennifer and then Craig.
Hi, thank you so much, Dr. Mora. Really wonderful presentation. I had thinking about so many different things. First of all, I love the philosophy of the interim assessments leading our information to understand where our kids are. And then two things. I was wondering, one of the things that I often hear from especially from teachers and even from kids, that there's so much content, right, in a year, especially in the secondary schools. There's so much content to get through. So you have these interim assessments, and then, and kids some kids are being successful and some kids are struggling. And how do we have some sort of assistance or systematic ways to be able to, obviously some things are concepts and some things are content, and that, how do you have kids catch up, maintain, if you always have to keep moving forward, right, in what you're teaching? So that was one thing. And I'll just, one other thing. Do you think that, I know that the high schools and the middle schools especially are doing this sort of norming in terms of teachers being on the same page with their students, because then when they look at their assessments, and I'm talking more interim assessments, right? So not because teachers either have been in different places at different times and can't see an overall assessment really define any, one piece of a whole grade level of struggling, or a whole department level of kids struggling. Do you find that these new systematic things that are being put in place, especially at the secondary level, like teachers being within a certain time frame of each other in terms of their material, them having similar testing strategies to be able to know, just sort of norming out how kids are learning, is that effective in this kind of helping this kind of data? So those are the two.
So when we're looking about the interim data, and just whether it's effective in having teachers come together, as Dr. Bailey modeled for us what the process would be, right? In ELA and in math, they're able to come, the intention is for them to be able to come together and take a look at what was the area that our students did well in based off of what we taught, and what did they have challenges in. And if they can look at it as an entire grade level team and share that information, but they can also take a look at it individually And if my students did well in a particular skill, but your class didn't, then sharing practices, how did you address that? How did that take shape? And then at the elementary, doing different groups within your instructional time. But I know at the high school, utilizing flex time to have their students come in and receive more targeted support within those particular areas, and working together as a team to identify, okay, maybe I'll take on these pieces because I saw that my students were able to excel. So let me take on this area for all of our students, and then maybe you can take on these other pieces. So really sharing the responsibility and sharing the expertise creates this synergy where the load becomes lighter, because we're all engaging in conversations around what is this data telling us, and how did we each respond, and how did we each implement our teaching practices, and did we receive different results based on this particular measure, and then talking about those practices, right? That's where the power lies, in being able to share those practices and then utilizing that information to implement and make adjustments to your teaching. So the other question that you asked me is like, well, how do you keep going when you have to keep moving with what is expected for students to learn throughout the year, right? So there are ways of being able to differentiate, right? We have teachers across the district who incorporate a blended learning experiences, right? Not only now, but even when we're in person, having small groups so that they can work with those students that need additional support while they provided and maintained the ongoing learning. So even if you're teaching a new concept or a new skill, you can integrate the area of need within that to support the students and building that mastery, so that they can access the curriculum. So it takes management as a teacher, as a practitioner. It takes some finessing and creativity within your classroom, but it is possible. Just takes the time. Our teachers are doing it, right, to varying degrees. So it's really about sharing those instructional strategies within grade level teams and departments, and then being able to implement and come back and talk about what successes have taken place or what challenges continue to exist, and make adjustments as needed.
You know which subjects do this best? You go into the performing arts, right? If you think of an orchestra, they have some of the assessment, and you'll know if the flute is off, the drummers are off, and it's not going to come together. But there's a lot of interim assessments and formative assessment occur along the way. But the summative assessment is they have to perform in front of this crowd. That is a summative assessment. And if somebody's singing off note or somebody's playing a string off note or something, it'll be very clear there. But those conductors, those teachers, find a way to listen in and provide the necessary feedback along the way for that summative assessment to be successful. And the difference is the difference between the musicians and what happened in the classroom is, at least with the musicians, everybody's relying on each other, right? If I'm a flute player and I'm not focused on what I'm doing, it's gonna hurt the collective. So there's an added pressure to make sure that I'm doing my part, to make sure that the orchestra is working right.
Love that.
Yeah.
And Ms. Smith, if I can also add, you asked a question about how the new diagnostic at the middle and high school, how that's going to support, right? That diagnostic provides very clear information around the areas of need. So teachers won't have to try and make sense of everything that they've been developing, right? Because they do formative assessments all the time, but they have a large group. So this assessment, they can take a look at it and be able to see in each of my classes, what are the common areas of need and how can I group the students? So the data visualization supports them in being able to group their students so that they can target that flex time or that small group instruction that they do in the classroom. And they can create reports to give to parents and to the students saying, let's connect on this particular area. I'm noticing that this is specifically what you're having a challenge in. How can we work together to support you in this space? So they have all that information in their fingertips, and the platform gives them guidance on what they can do to group their students and what resources are available as well, so that they don't have to recreate the wheel. There are available resources for them to choose from in order to do that targeted instruction within their day or the flex time.
Okay, it's now 6:55, so I'm gonna have to,
Can I ask a quick question? Super quick.
I really,
Alright,
because
okay.
there's no time for an answer.
That's fine.
I just don't have it.
Right.
We're gonna have to, because we won't get
Yeah,
to
no
the
worries, no worries.
I appreciate it. I'll put you on the list for after Craig when we come back. We're gonna do our 6:45 timestamp, our 7 o'clock timestamp, which is our reopening item, and then we'll come back to this discussion and then present the summer school options. So thank you all for bearing with me. I appreciate that. Let's move to item J3, which is the timestamp 6:45, renew resolution number 2002, which is the declaring an emergency and delegating authority to enter into contracts necessitated by spread of coronavirus. I will ask Kim Nguyen to present to us.
Good evening, board members, executive cabinet, chief stewards, and members of the public. It is recommended that the Board of Education renew resolution number 20-02, declaring an emergency originally adopted on July 16, 2020, that authorizes the superintendent or designee purchase materials, procure services, and take other required actions as needed to mitigate the effects of COVID-19 and reopen schools without a competitive solicitation for bids to respond to the emergency. This reporting occurs at every regularly scheduled meeting until the board terminates this emergency action. Attached to this agenda item is a running report of the services, equipment, materials, and/or supplies. The board must vote by roll call and by 4/5 vote to continue the emergency action and to approve the resolution. Since the last reporting, the following materials and/or services were obtained by the district: touchless hand dryers, desktop dividers, custodial supplies, safety bottle fillers, canopy chairs, tents, and two-way handheld radios to support outdoor instruction, biohazard disposal baggies and pickup service to support COVID testing, PPE supplies and batteries for music teachers, and outdoor brochure boxes for COVID posting at school site entrances. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Nguyen. I'll ask for a motion and a second and then see if there's any questions. A moved by Craig, seconded by Maria. Are there any questions for Ms. Nguyen about this item? And as she stated, we do need a 4/5 vote for this to be approved. I'll take a roll call. Craig? Is the thumbs up? Keith? Thumbs up. Lori?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well, so that passes 7-0. Thanks so much, Kim. We appreciate your work on this. And now we have 2 minutes. Well, let's go right to our 7 o'clock timestamp item, which is discussion item I1, the update on reopening of schools. So Dr. Drotti, if you'd like to lead us into this one, please.
Yes, absolutely. So Richard Martini is actually going to join me in this, give a report on what's going on with our kitchens as well, food services. But I'll start off just by saying that congratulations, Los Angeles County. We are one of 6 counties in the state to reach the yellow tier. I mean, if you look at the map, it's pretty impressive that everybody around us is surrounded with orange, and then we're in the yellow tier. And the only other areas, the other 5 areas, are rural areas. We're up in Shasta and different places. So LA is just doing a wonderful job. This yellow tier is called the minimal tier. It is the last tier. It means that most indoor businesses operations are open with some small modifications. Our current case rate in LA County is 1.6 positive cases per 100,000 residents, and our positivity rate is 0.7. And if you remember, our case rate, I believe in January, was into the 70 per 100,000. So this is drastic decline. We are fully reopened, and I think we're only in counting all the different districts in the LA County. I think there's about 80 above 80 districts. I think there's only about 7 that have taken advantage of 3-foot distancing, and we are one of those. So thank you to just everyone for being patient. But it's really good to see our students back. The principals are reporting that things are going great. Staff, I've had a chance to visit some sites whenever I can, and I see the same thing. The students are happy, staff is happy, the parents are happy. I even took in, the sun was great yesterday. I was looking at the softball across my window here. So I went across and saw our softball team play Redondo and talk to the students, and they're just so elated at being back. We are preparing for a graduation and promotion activities, and the principals have or will be communicating information to their school communities about what that means. Reminder that we are still in a pandemic and there are still some protocols that we have to follow. And I'm speaking on behalf of my principal because they have a tough task of celebrating our students that are matriculating, whether it be from elementary, middle or high, and graduate from the high school. We need your patience because this is an emotional time for a lot of families, and I'm sure you're inviting a lot of people, but we're going to have to follow the protocols. And they're going to have a tough enough time just getting things through. And I need everybody to be patient, you parents out there, that it's not going to be as business as usual. We will have ceremonies and all that, but it's not going to be packed with people that are observing like in the past. And they'll definitely give you information on how it's going to be. But we need everybody to understand that we want to do this. We believe we can do it. Other places are not going to take the opportunity to do this, and we are. But we need everybody's support. Okay, we need everybody's support and to be patient with us. And it's been a frustrating year, and we want to end strong and joyous, with a joyous occasion, instead of fighting over whether the entire family can go or not go, or visitors from other states can go or not go. If we allow people to attend like in the past, then we're not going to meet the protocols, and we're not going to be able to do the celebration that we want to do. We want to finish strong, and my goal for this year is finish the year. You'll hear later on today about summer school. We have those planned. Dr. Morrow will talk about that. I would love to be very efficient in this last 2 months to allow for the staff to be able to take some kind of break. I know the principals are exhausted. The administrators are exhausted. The teachers that were in negotiations, the ones that we met with over the summer, all last summer, are exhausted. And so I would love to be able to be very efficient in May and June, and then allow for people to have some kind of a break during July before we come back. We are ahead of the game in other districts. Funny, interesting is the other superintendents are frustrated at me because since we open now, they're getting flack from their communities of not being open. But I'm just glad we are where we are. It makes our planning for next year just much easier. We're able to actually see things this spring that we can make adjustments for the fall, and we'll be ready to open fully in person. So for anybody out there that's guessing whether we're going to be fully reopened or not, I'm going to state it very loudly: we're going to be open fully, and things are going to get better because we know that they're probably going to give vaccine access to even the junior high or middle school students to be vaccinated before school starts. So that'll happen within the next 2 or 3 weeks here, where they'll give access to all students in middle and high. 16-year-olds, 15-year-olds right now have access. No, 16-year-olds have access, and a lot of our students are taking advantage of that, but the rest will come within the next 2 or 3 weeks. So with that said, I'm going to, as I mentioned before, there are some hiccups. We do run into issues here and there was some confusion that occurred with our distribution of food, particularly for distance learners. And I'm going to invite Mr. Martini to come in and explain what happened and how we plan to address the situation, and so that it won't happen again. Mr. Martini, would you talk about what you explained to the principals today?
Good evening, Superintendent, Board, Cabinet. Thanks for having me. So it was kind of the perfect storm, if you would. About, I'd say 2 weeks ago on Tuesday, we had the testing for the secondary schools taking place at SAMO. And our delivery driver, as some of you may know, the SAMO cafeteria is currently being demolished, so we can't use it, so food's being trucked in. Our delivery driver was out, so we had a sub. The new gentleman thought, hey, I delivered here, they come pick up the meals. And my staff at the site, there was no kids, so they assumed that we're not providing meals anymore. And it just kind of, for a good 2 days, they just thought, oh, we're not going to do distance meals anymore. no one dropped it off on Tuesday, there's no kids on campus. And then, once I got wind of it, I talked to the staff. I said, that's not what's happening. We informed security. We notified them that we are still continuing grab and go. And the food, we actually found it still sitting where the driver left it. So, we notified, I worked with Gail, and she's going to put out a notification to the parents, letting them know where they can pick up meals and that we are still continuing the service. So we just had a little hiccup for about 2 days where the staff just assumed that we weren't doing it anymore. And the sub driver just assumed, he's like, well, why wouldn't I drop it here? This is the kitchen. So now that we have our drivers back and we don't have any subs in place, everything's been going smoothly. And we have currently a few pickup places throughout the district, or some where they have to register, or where they can go to Samo High during our normal hours between 7 and 9:30. But other than that, we have the programs up and running, and it's doing really well at all the schools, elementary through the high schools. We've even had great reception up at Malibu High with the staff that we have there and what's in place. So we've been doing really well with the on-campus portion, and now that we've taken a deep dive and kind of reworked what we're doing for the distance portion, we are hoping to have everything, up and running and without problems.
So with that, that concludes my report regarding reopening. There is another superintendent report under the normal the item, so I'll speak to other areas during that time.
So I think while Richard's still with, Richard, come back, Mr. Marchini. Richard, come back.
Go anywhere. Here I am. What do you mean?
Wrong, Richard. Mr. Richard Marchini. I want to point out that tomorrow is School Lunch Hero Day. And it's a chance to celebrate our food service team. And even though Richard is here to explain a kerfuffle that he was able to organize, I just want to point out, everybody hears, we hear about teachers or certificated staff, and we always throw out the word classified staff, and it's a very broad term. And a lot of classified staff is in our food service department. And I really want to take a moment when we celebrate our food service hero day. These are people that made sure that our families in need were fed. I can't think of anything more important than that. And so, Richard, from the bottom of our hearts, we thank you. We thank the members of SEIU and the classified staff that performed these services. So thank you, thank you. I know sometimes people feel nameless or not seen, but you fed people in a time of a pandemic. I can't think of anything more noble than that. So thank you very much.
Thank
you. That said, do we have any reports for the opening, or what Dr. Drotti had to talk about with our reopening? If you haven't been on campuses yet, call principals, make appointments to go. It's really encouraging to see that we're building this bridge towards the fall, and we're doing it. Everybody is fully bought in. Now, even the people that were afraid of it are fully bought in and really trying to make this happen. So it's worth getting to school sites as much as you can now. Just check in with principals before you show up, is my advice to board members. Any comments for Dr. Drotti, or should we keep moving on with our agenda? Wow, that's amazing. Great. So let's go back to Dr. Moore's report. And I think Craig had the next comment, if we're willing to go right back into the lead line.
Coleman? I thought Member Coleman was up.
No, Craig was first and then Keith.
Oh.
Yeah, Keith, you said you had a question. Do you want to go first while the iron was sort of semi-hot after what was going on?
Yeah, if that's all right. Just to, two quick questions and one description. One of the questions was related to the description of participation rates. And I'm just curious, what are some of the other avenues that we've looked at to try and increase that level of participation? And are some of those attempts at delivering that message or communicating with parents and students, are some of those maybe perhaps out of the box mechanisms? Or not that they need to see this presentation, but that they have a more user-friendly recognition of how assessments may benefit their child and the students themselves. So I'm curious about that. And then I have another question about assessments after that.
Maybe I'll give a crack at that. I think you'll notice this is probably your first presentation, Mr. Coleman, but in the past, our presentations were a lot more expedient, meaning we just kind of went through it and went straight to the data. We purposefully to have a more robust conversation around the meaning of these assessments and all that, primarily because of that. My job is to listen to noise and listen to people and listen to concerns throughout the community, and ascertain that we needed to have this conversation about what we use these assessments for, and that's why we approach it differently this time around. I've gone and I put something on the Friday memo, but I've gone as far as about 4 years ago, I created a sketch of a cartoon that explains this whole concept.
Right.
An automated thing. Maybe I wasn't brave enough to put it out to the public yet, but I'm gonna let you guys look at it and see if it's too corny or if it's worth putting out there.
Yeah, well, thank you for sharing that. I mean, that's not as fanciful as you think, clearly, because you drafted it up. Visual storytelling is a good thing. Comics, humor allows people to sort of accept things that they're afraid of. And so perhaps that could somehow touch people to be more open to the concept of assessments, whatever their opposition is to that. The other thing that I was curious about related to assessments, the assessments that were described, is are these assessments, and perhaps maybe we're looking at the lag data that's at the end, are these disaggregated by gender and by ethnicity at some point?
So yes, they are disaggregated by, we haven't presented it at this point in time by gender, but they are disaggregated by student groups, by race, ethnicity, grade levels, but we can definitely include gender, but we haven't done that in this format. Okay, I was curious about that. And the last question is a question / kind of a statement. It kind of comes upon what I think Richard was describing in terms of what other parents were hoping to see in terms of supplemental feedback, and what that got me to thinking about were other robust characteristics that really exist inside of these young people. That may or may not, they certainly might not show up on SATs or ACTs or even grades. Are they showing up on these assessments? I don't know. I haven't taken any of those assessments myself, so I don't know what those questions are. But that's something that speaks to me and my kind of professional experience and my grad work too, is that everybody has robust characteristics, and certainly younger folks, and that we somehow may perhaps find a way. I know that in certain cases there might be e-portfolios, or there may be some other things that teachers that are maybe using some more tech inside of the classroom, they're able to sort of do these things in real time when they see these things. But that robust characteristics, I think, is another layer of review and understanding of these young students. I think that could help empower them once they can really engage in their own self-efficacy in that way. So I'm curious about robust characteristics as we move forward.
Absolutely, absolutely.
No, thank you for that feedback, Board Member Coleman. And what I can share is some of our sites had before the physical closures, they were doing and working around deep learning, project-based learning, and seeing how they can create those project-based learning experiences and deep learning experiences that really spoke to specific areas, critical thinking, collaboration, creativity, and utilizing that to be able to see how students were progressing. So again, it's like we're dabbling in that. So I'm really excited to hear, that your comment, because, as we continue to work as a learning community, our assessments will evolve, right? They will evolve. And right now, these are the assessments that we have in place. But as we continue working together and more intentionally integrating project-based learning and deep thinking, the assessments will be reflective of that approach. So looking forward to being able to engage in that work with our teachers and our sites to really, continue to evolve and provide our students multiple and ample and varied opportunities to demonstrate their learning.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Moore, and thank you,
Yeah.
Dr. Bailey, for all of your fantastic work. Appreciate that.
And Mr. Coleman, I'll just add something to, I think your second question also talks about how we might be able to find trends and things like that. There is a phenomenon occurring in our district and other districts around us around special education and English learning students, particularly students that are Latino, speak Spanish or English learners. And it has to do with over-identifying students in a disproportionate way that are into special education. Mm-hmm. And that's a trend that we are that we are under as a district, and I think Beverly Hills and another in our SELPA that is. So we used to be with African Americans, but we have addressed that, but with English learners. And to me, the way to evaluate where the issue it really has to do is center around these. What is going when we extract out our English learner students and really dive deep into these questions and how they're responding to them, and how that then turns into how their performance or their work then transitions to how them being overly identified in special education. Us mining that data will give us clarity, information about what we are and what we need to do to address that issue, right? If it's a language issue and we're misdiagnosing if we are misdiagnosing into special ed based on, then to me, that speaks to whether our ELD strategies are in effect or not in effect, right? And these data points are the ones that give us the information to be very targeted in identifying that issue. So there's so much to this that we can build on. And when you start seeing trends of, say, African American students and the second generation and Latinx students that are in behind the achievement gap, you can look at these responses and say, why are our students responding to these questions differently from other students? Right. Is it an issue with language? Is it an issue with, and there's so much work with it, but having this, not only, if we look beyond the grade, that gives us a shot of actually addressing what the issue is. And if it's a issue of context, for example, context, when you ask sometimes these questions are culturally biased, right? So if we find out that for some reason that a certain group of students are responding in this way, and we identify that it's a certain group of the students, then we can then look into, well, what is this question asking, and does it have to do about context, and then we respond to that accordingly. So,
thank you so much for sharing that last bit, Dr. Trotty. And yes, what gets measured is more likely to get supported. So thank you again.
Thanks, Keith. Craig, and then Maria. Oh, Maria already spoke on this. Let me make sure everybody else is covered first.
So yeah, I'm going to defer the conversation of overclassification because that's near and dear to my heart, but I don't want to open that right at the moment. So I've been trying to figure out, this is such a big conversation. I've been trying to figure out how to make it bite-sized for this moment. I was really impressed with the diagnostics deep in this presentation, the ability of a teacher to see where the class is or individual kids are with any given strand or any given standard. When I got on the board, we were talking about RTI squared, which I think is probably a primitive version of what we're doing now, or maybe a different name for what we're doing now or something. But this RTI squared never really fulfilled its potential because the reporting was daunting, right? The understanding was daunting. So I feel like the tools that I saw, and like Richard, I look at it as a teacher and I'm like, well, I know what to do with this, right? I can take that back of the book and I can go back into my classroom and make sure that kids are learning what they need to learn, and that those strands are and so and so I'm going to leave that half of the sentence out because the question that's raised by all this, the big question, and it's a really big question, is how committed are we to make sure every single student has each one of those strands as an area of competence? And on the one hand, that's what our mission statement says. We are committed that every single student will achieve their potential while under our care. And on the other hand, there's a traditional model of teaching that's 150 years old that says, I'm the teacher, I'm going to be brilliant, I'm going to tell all you people what you need to know. And if you don't learn, well, you know, there's probably something wrong with you, but I'm great and moving on, right? And that's obviously the worst case caricature of a teacher. And I'm certain that all of our teachers really, really, really care. And we're in a world where differentiation only takes you so far, and there's only so much time, and there's only so much transparency to even know. And a lot of it is art, not science. And you guys are giving us science. So I guess I just want to highlight that, to me, inherent in this is a switch from teacher-centered learning to student-centered learning. And it's a switch to mastery learning, which I think at some level is the only kind of learning. Because what's the opposite of mastery learning is partial learning, right? And that's the whole Sal Khan thing about if you get B's all along in math, at some point you're going to get a D, because you got so many holes in the fundamental building blocks that you're just going to fail utterly because there's too many building blocks you can't bring to bear on higher level problems. And I'm somebody who isn't about the building blocks. I'm about how you use those in a creative way. But if you don't have the building blocks, you can't use them in a creative way, right? So it's got to be a yes and solution. So hopefully that's a big conversation condensed into a small amount of time. But to me, this is what we're setting up. And when we get there, and we'll get there not only through traditional teaching methods, but also especially with the project-based learning we're doing, and we'll create the relevance and the other buzzword that I'm not remembering, the engagement, thank you very much, and the engagement, and this will all come together. But I feel like this is, for me, a glimmer of hope, but also a gravitational pull that if we take this seriously, I don't see how we don't end up in a very different place than we are now. Because you can't, given the tools you guys displayed in this presentation, which is the first I've seen of these particular tools, maybe they've been here, but I haven't seen them. You can't unknow these things. You create this data, and the teacher is going to know for each kid, for the whole classroom, the principal is going to know, the district staff's going to, we can't unknow this. And I think this puts us importantly on our goal to achieve our district mission statement in a really powerful way, where it's actually going to be harder to not achieve it than it will be to achieve it at some level. Because once you know it, you know what to do. So I'm really excited. I'm sorry, Ben, you were gonna.
No, that's excellent. No, thank you. But I want to, because you pointed to it, I want to reiterate that this does not have to go against our aspirations for project-based learning. In fact, these two go hand in hand, and you have both of them. And I want to reiterate, some of you visited Dos Pueblos High School with me, and those students take their AP exams in science and math and all that, but they're successful in those AP exams, not because they took the AP class, but because they understand information, and dissect information just a lot more, much better than others that didn't go through the engineering program. So, and for those of you that visited, you know what they're working on. I mean, they're building things, they're fabricating, they're cutting things, they're creating things. All in this project, what has all the other, what's the term that Mr. Coleman mentioned, these other areas of learning, but at the same time, they know these, they have mastery over the academic skills that colleges are going to ask them to be able to demonstrate before they go on to college, or if you're applying for a job somewhere, if you're going to take some entrance exam or something, you'll be able to still be successful.
Thank you, Ben. Lori?
Really interesting comments made by my colleagues so far. So first of all, I want to thank you. There's so much in here, and I think that that's why people are taking it in different directions. So I'm just going to put, I think it may be the frame I come to with it, but and so maybe it's sort of the prism through which I watched the presentation. There's so much disagreement and misunderstanding about the use of testing. It's probably one of the most controversial issues in education. And so I've been reading various things about it. And since this presentation was on the agenda, I started to kind of dig around more. And so I feel like what you're saying in a sort of global way is that, and partly in your responses to some of the questions, for instance, to Keith's question, is that you get it that high stakes testing is really what it is. It's limited in its ability to convey what students have learned and what they've accomplished over the years. Why I'm trying to be glib about this because this is such a huge topic, but what you've really dug into and tried to share with us all is how you use formative and diagnostic and interim assessments to really identify where students are struggling so that whatever level of intervention or improved instruction really is meaningful, because you've really honed in on what it is that students aren't understanding or aren't getting. And so I just feel like it's such a huge conversation, and it gets a little bit lost in all the details that you shared. And some of the outcomes you shared, which were terrific, like that Richard commented on. Those were a relief in so many ways. One of the, I think, abuses, or whether on purpose or not, that I think Dr. Drotti commented on, about how certain students, students of color generally, have tended to end up in this, really have lost out in many ways from what testing has achieved in the past, or rather not achieved, which is then they've just been stuck in this downhill climb into special ed where that's not where they belonged. What we needed to do, or what any district needs to do, is to really assess what are the barriers and what is it that students aren't understanding, so that we can enable them to understand it. So I guess I really appreciate the detail and the and the hard work and understanding what it is you do almost on a day-to-day basis, and what your goals are for teachers to use testing for. What I would love to see is a sort of, I don't know, dialogue, I guess, with teachers and some other, maybe not in a board meeting forum, but in other forums, so that what I think are some of the differences or the concerns that teachers have, and that you're trying, I think, to convince teachers of and parents of the value of. I'm not saying this very well. I think if we had places to talk about this, whether it's with parents in a parent-directed forum, or with teachers in their own schools, or together, I think we'd come together more. And if we talked out what some of the concerns are, because I think people mostly come from a place of some of the concerns that have been raised here, that the testing leads to really oversimplified and lack of recognition of what students have really learned and what they've really mastered. And yet the other side is, if we don't use some kind of testing, which is what you've spent most of your presentation on, we don't know how to help them, because we don't know how to really help our students achieve mastery, which is what Craig was talking about. So it's a stimulating presentation in that way. And the big question about testing is one that I really think our whole district would benefit from a broader conversation about it, so that people understand why we do all of what you just described in a very detailed way, and why we want to be moving towards, for instance, e-portfolios or other kinds of portfolios or other kinds of evidence of learning at the end of the year or even during the year, and how all this works together. So anyway, it's a huge question, a really important question. So thank you for
they're
for all that
insightful.
you're doing.
And I'll just say there is an avenue here. I think if you remember when the board, when you helped us adopt the killer zero rating scale change, and I think at that time you mentioned that you tasked us to the staff to commission a committee to talk about mastery and invite the teachers. And I thought teachers presented at that meeting too and said they're interested in that. So I think that's a great avenue to really form this now. We just got to talk about how everybody's tired over the summertime. So this is one of those. This is one of those that we're going to have to find. It's well worth the conversation. So we'll find the time to really engage in that.
I think Dr. Moore was trying to chime in.
And if I can share to just build off of that, we do have a cadre of teachers already at the high school working with Dr. Hawkins and engaging in conversations around grading equity. So those conversations are already taking shape, and we will be working with our teachers to really build off of those initial conversations and that groundwork to really delve deeper in that discussion around grading, around how do we make sure that there is equitable grading, and then really looking at also assessment pieces, right? Evidence of student learning, mastery, all of that wrapped into those conversations. So I want to share with the board that we are working on that in a smaller vein to really support us in building it out and working with our teachers that are taking those initial steps to support us in bringing a larger committee together as well.
Thanks, Dr. Moore. All right, I have a quick comment,
I'm sorry.
Sorry. So people know, I'm going to make a quick comment, then Maria will make a last comment, then we'll move to summer school. Dr. Bailey, go ahead.
I just wanted to briefly state that there's a phrase that kind of captures what I believe we're talking about here, is that teaching and learning is both an art and a science, right? There's scientific aspects that we can measure, but there are also artistic parts of teaching that is about delivery, about engagement, about project-based learning, about how we get all those neurons to connect and fire, and it's both. And so, and I think that this district does a pretty stunning job of pursuing both aspects of that.
Thanks, Dr. Bailey. So again, I'll be brief because my colleagues have said most of what I want to say, so I want to reinforce a couple of those things. I'm glad that we're having real conversations with teachers about testing, because for too long there's been a confront. Testing has been viewed as a dirty word. Testing and assessments are a waste of time. They take us out of the classroom. There's no useful data that comes from it. And what we've seen here tonight is, without this useful data, there's no way of really correcting issues. And then we talked about disproportionality. That's exactly what we're talking about. As Craig said, I mean, he said a B in math. I'd say if you get a C in math, you pass, but you're never going to progress in math. That's not good enough. So mastery is different depending on where you are in which academic subject. So these are all so important. I think the conversation with teachers and principals is one thing. We have to do a better job in our community of explaining that testing is not a dirty word, that it's not kids sitting at a desk bubbling in those little sheets, that this is how we help them achieve that mastery and achieve that core competency that they're going to need. So I think this is something that we need to do out in our communities a little bit better, to explain the real role. And I think this presentation, if we could winnow it down into something really bite-sized, maybe that's the beginning of it. But this is super important, explaining why we have these, maybe lead lag aren't even the right words. Maybe the idea of like standards, that all these kids are going to go to middle school together. Can they all coexist? Do they have the same standards? Are they able to progress together? So this is really important work that we shouldn't have to defend so much, but because of the past experience with testing, we are defending it. So I look forward to this down the road. And maybe Dr. Moore, with the summer talk, you could talk a little bit about disproportionality and the slippery slope of how kids can fall from tier 1 to tier 3. It's a long way to be to an IEP. And I think we've gone to the IEP too quickly in the past, leading to the disproportionality, but maybe in summer school, you can bring that up a little bit as part of the discussion if it fits in. Thanks. And I'll let Maria end this topic and then we'll go to summer school.
No. Thank you. I think everybody on the board has given some really good points and raised points. And thank you for this great presentation, Dr. Moore and Dr. Bailey. But one of the things I'm looking at is beyond now that we've done, if we can get past, and I'm hoping a lot of the parents that wrote us these long emails about them not wanting testing, we're here to listen to this, because I think for me, I don't really look at them as testing, as we're looking at the assessing, again, assessing what the needs of our kids, of our students, what they need for us to help them out. I think that's the way I'm looking at it. But then the follow-up to that is being able to monitor, the progress of the students. Like, there's so much involved with that. And my question to you is, that's where they brought up the e-portfolios. I think it was Craig that brought up e-portfolios. Is there a way that we can actually establish like e-portfolios for each of the students, so that the parents can actually see and monitor, the progress of their child as they're going through the school district. And it doesn't have to be just because they're ELs or because they're at, they're promise students or Black or brown kids. It doesn't really matter. I think it's a great way for all parents to see the progress of their child, especially even the ones at the high end. It's like, you're maybe in the 97th quartile, percentage, level, and why not be 99? So what does it take to go from 97 to 99? That kind of aspect. So they really are following the whole progress of all our kids. But the other piece of it is a question in terms of how is it that you can actually monitor the progress when, let's say, Dr. Dwadi mentioned that you have, like Rogers, their methodology of IB versus others that are, PBL, and those that are just traditional. How are you able then, at that point, able to monitor the progress when everybody's using a different methodology in teaching in their schools? Dr. Mora?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Moore.
Okay, so I was going to start off with, if you recall, we as a learning community, and the state has really delineated what we are responsible for our students learning throughout the academic year and as they progress through the various grade levels. So there is a common understanding of what we want our students to learn. So as grade level teams and department teams, they've developed a curriculum guide or a pacing, a way like, what are we going to be addressing throughout the year? So that's what we want our students to know. How are we going to know that they've done it, right? So we have our assessments, and that's what our assessment continuum is all about, right? Having our diagnostic, our interim, our formative assessments, the assessments that we have as a district, and then those that teachers have on a day-to-day or that they've developed at their respective sites. The instructional strategies is the approach. So we could be implementing IB and still be utilizing the common assessments that we've developed as a district to see how are students performing, utilizing the International Baccalaureate interdisciplinary units and project-based learning experiences within that particular school site. And we can also look at our dual immersion program and see how are our students performing on these interim assessments based on the experience that they're having for dual immersion. So the how is where we provide the flexibility, right? The flexibility for our school communities to determine what is the best way for them to be able to reach these district goals that we have as a larger community. That's where the defined autonomy and flexibility comes into play. Our common goals are clear, and that's for all of our students across the district. But how we reach that, we are able to provide that flexibility to the sites to look at research-based strategies and select the highest leverage strategies that have demonstrated to support all students, and then make adjustments as needed. And the power comes in when we're able to bring in our school teams. When we had our SLT cohort days, we would bring our school leadership teams from different school sites together to talk about the progress that was being made as a result of the teaching and learning as measured through these assessments. And they were able to share practices. They were able to see that there was more commonality and that we can share our expertise to hone in on the areas of need for our students. So then what happens is what successes Rogers is having, they can share that with Edison or with Roosevelt or any of the schools, or what happens in Malibu with Santa Monica, and we can all learn from that and utilize the highest leverage strategies that we are all implementing across our learning organization. So it's about how are we implementing those strategies and being able to adjust if we're noticing that that is needed. But the approach, we know that there's multiple ways of being able to meet a goal. We need to really have that common assessment piece to be able to support and see that regardless of what programming or what approach we're using, students are being able to demonstrate mastery of the outcomes that we have within the grade level and beyond the grade level, because we know that students learn beyond what's being taught in the classroom. So being able to demonstrate how that's happening. I hope I was able to answer your question.
No, that was great. I guess this, and I'll end it because I have some other questions on the disproportionate piece of it, but I think John said hopefully I will bring it up as we're doing with summer school, because I was really, disturbed by the fact that this is still going on in 2021. I mean, you heard about all those issues way back in the 60s, 70s, but to hear in this district that they're, diagnosing some of our students that are having language issues rather than into being special education is kind of disturbing. Mm-hmm. And just the last note of it is, again, I'll just end it with the fact that it's great. I mean, the process that you've explained tonight is fantastic, but my concern is going to still be the fact that we need to monitor the process to make sure that the students do not fall through the cracks. Because that's usually, we always say it always sounds good, but it's like, if the responsibility is going to fall on teachers and principals, I mean, at the end of the day, somebody has to do the catch-all, to make sure that the students, and so that's a progress, and everybody, I mean, it takes a while to get, I guess, everybody onto the program, but once we do, I mean, we should be able, our numbers should be showing within a year, I think, the progress of our kids, if that's the case. Thank you.
So Dr. Moore, why don't we move to the last part of the presentation, which is the summer school section, and then we'll continue from there.
Of course. Thank you so much for that feedback. And I also just want to say thank you to Dr. Bailey for all of her hard work in preparing all of this information. It wouldn't be possible without her, so thank you so much for that. So with that, I will be sharing my screen. And I want to go ahead and begin to really share with all of you what our programming for summer school will be for this coming June. So as I identified in our next steps, one of those next steps was really ensuring that the programming that was being offered really address the identified areas of need for our tier, for the students that needed it the most, right? So looking at our tier 3 students and knowing that the numbers increased, how do we make sure that we're reaching out to our families and providing services for them? So the data really informs our work and our redesign of the summer school program offerings. So the purpose for this evening is to really just, as I shared, provide you an update of our summer school offerings as part of our learning recovery plan. As I shared with you, we were able to maintain our student performance to pre-COVID interim assessments. Right. And that doesn't mean that there's no room for growth. That doesn't mean that there's not still an opportunity and an engagement gap that we need to address. But what it does say is that the hard work of our teachers to really develop that guaranteed viable curriculum that was modified and that focused on the essential learning, the collaboration through our families and teachers allowed us to not see the significant slides that we were all anticipating. And that was what we were constantly hearing in the messaging nationally and at the state level. So we have, however, are working and have been developing our learning recovery plan for tier 2 and primarily tier 3 students. So our summer school vision has really been to expand our learning opportunities for students with the greatest need as identified by our local measures, right? So it's really, how does the evidence of student learning, how does the data inform our actions and our next steps? This is an example of how we are utilizing that information to really tailor the services that we are providing during summer school. So we will be offering for our preschool full day programming for families with identified need, as well as for families who are interested in additional support. At the elementary and middle school, we will be providing programming for students in kindergarten through 8th grade. Which really does speak to how we are addressing the fact that based on our diagnostic assessments, we were able to look at there was a need for us to really make sure that we were offering support for kinder through 3rd and 8th grade. And by expanding this offering, we are addressing that identified area of need. Now within the programming that will be offered for summer school, we will be having literacy, so ELA, mathematics. We will be focusing on the social emotional pieces for students, as well as ELD for English learners that are attending and participating in summer school. Now that will be happening during the day. So if we have provided additional time and support in the academic language development as it relates to the respective content area that they're focusing on for that day. Again, this was targeted for our tier 3 students, our low income, homeless foster youth, our English learners, our students with disabilities, and our at-promise students. So really looking at that data and guiding and allowing that to guide the outreach for our families. The high school, we are focusing in on 9th through 12th grade credit recovery and providing the offering for geometry. So the locations and dates. So here you're able to see that we are offering our intensive intervention summer school and SLA. So our summer school offerings at McKinley in Santa Monica, for middle school at JAMS and at Samo High. And then Olympic will be hosted at Samo High as well. For Malibu, we will be offering our programming in Malibu Elementary School. Malibu Middle School is still to be determined due to the enrollment numbers that we've received up to this point. So we need to determine how we will be addressing those needs. And we will be offering the credit recovery for Malibu High School. So these are the different locations, the dates. For elementary and middle school is from June 21st through July 16th. And at the high school, they have an additional week. So they go through July 23rd. And you're able to see the hours for the respective grade spans. So that way we were thinking at the elementary and middle, making sure that families had an opportunity to drop off their elementary students. And then if they had middle school students that were also participating, to be able to have a little bit of time to drop them off accordingly. So the program offerings that we have, so specifically what is being offered, and I'll focus in on elementary. So we are providing, as I mentioned, an expanded intensive intervention summer school for K-5. So we also have our Summer Language Academy that is targeted specifically for English learners that are at the tier 2. So they're almost ready to reclassify and we want to provide them that additional support. We also have extended summer school for our special education students. And we are also working on developing our special education institutes. So Ms. Deanna Sinfield is working with our special ed team to provide reading institutes, math, and speech and language institutes. So we're still working on developing those pieces because that will be above and beyond the ESY period for our special education services. So this is above and beyond what is being offered as part of the extended school year offering. And then for CDS, we are providing our infant toddler room, and we have preschools that we are offering as well, and then the summer childcare, the wraparound services and CREST services that we offer. So those are the programs for our elementary space. For secondary, we have our middle schools and our high school. So previously at the middle school, we were only supporting 6th graders, but we've expanded so that it's 6th, 7th, and 8th, current 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. So they will be supported at, as I mentioned, JAMS, and still looking at the numbers for Malibu Middle School. but they will have the intensive intervention summer school and summer accelerated math support for 6th and 7th graders. So that's an online experience to just support students who need additional support in order to be able to accelerate in mathematics. And then we have our extended school year that will also be taking place to support our students with special needs. At the high school, we have our credit recovery for 9th through 12th. So we've been working on all of those pieces since January to make sure that everything is in order. We are offering, as I mentioned, geometry, and then we have a variety of courses that are being provided, get ahead courses that are being provided through our partnership with SMC. So we work closely with SMC to identify faculty that will support the needs of our students and that have been vetted and are versed in supporting the needs of high school students, particularly our students. And then we have extended summer school as well for students with special needs. So these are the various offerings that we are providing this year. In addition, something that you don't see here is we are also going to be providing support, social, emotional, and mental health support. So I've been connecting with Ms. Shuli Loden, our coordinator, and she's currently working on coordinating a program so that we can provide social, emotional, and mental health services for our students at the respective schools during the summer school window. So that way families and students have access to those services during the summer. So when we're talking about the programs, right? One of the biggest things that we had to do was really engage in critical conversations around our curriculum and how we were going to be redesigning. So Ms. Rosa Serratore and Ms. Nasser Riquelme, our two coordinators, have been working extensively with our instructional coaches to really delve deeply into redesigning our intensive summer school intervention curriculum and actually developing new curriculum for middle school. So as I mentioned before, the intensive summer school curriculum, or IISS, is going to include the social emotional component because that has been one of our biggest priorities as we really look at how we can address the needs of our students. We know that the academic will only come as a result of really being able to support them social emotionally, making those connections, building those relationships. So really making sure that that is a part of every single morning to set the stage for the learning that will take place. At elementary, we were going to be looking at we're going to be incorporating and integrating readers and writers workshop with additional mini lessons that focus on the specific skill sets that have been identified as areas of need per our local measures. In mathematics, Ms. Serratore has been working with our teacher leaders as well as our instructional coaches to really look at math and really redesigning the experience. And so that we're going to be utilizing Math for Love, which is a game-based materials and curriculum that we're going to be building out and augmenting based on the local measures that we have in the data for our students as it relates to mathematics. So we're really excited to be able to incorporate these two particular strategies to support our students. Then we're also going to be developing a designated ELD component and or the academic language development for our non-English learners so that we can make sure that we are addressing those particular needs and bolstering and building that academic language for non-English learners and how language works as it relates to particular content areas for our English learners. And lastly, we will be providing a grab and go snack and lunch for our students during the day. Now, as I mentioned, for the Summer Language Academy, again, you'll see some common pieces. So you'll see that the social emotional component is going to be a part of the day. And that's how we're going to open up every single day for our students. We're focusing on our Tier 2 English learners. And this is focused on accelerating English language development and academic language. And we're utilizing this through building academic vocabulary and integrating the ELD standards. So what is at the center of the development of this curriculum are the ELD standards as it relates to the integration of the social justice standards to reinforce reading, writing, listening, and speaking, and be able to give our students that additional support in order to be able to reclassify as we continue into the fall. And again, you'll see that there's the grab and go lunch for them. Now looking at the middle school. So for middle school, the intensive intervention summer school curriculum is a brand new curriculum that our instructional coaches are working and on developing. And they've been working really, really hard on these various components for all grade levels, 6th, 7th, and 8th, that will be implemented in the programming. So they will be utilizing social emotional learning. They'll be developing their English courses, and they'll be using math links and STEM scopes in order to engage more authentically our students in mathematics. And part of that is including coding and app development. So we're really excited about this opportunity for our students. So we're really looking forward to being able to get feedback from them in relationship to their experience in this new redesign. And then we have the grab and go lunch as well. And then this other middle school program that we have is the Summer Accelerated Math Support, also known as SAMS. Again, this is an online course that makes use of the Apex tutorials with monitoring and support from a credentialed math teacher. So there is synchronous and asynchronous experiences within SAMS. So it's focused on making sure that we're supporting those students that need additional work to engage fully in math acceleration options as they move forward in their middle school experience. So there's like whole group and small group and individual group sessions that are scheduled with the teacher. At the high school, we have our credit recovery classes for students that need to make sure that they're fulfilling the requirements for graduation and that need additional time to master their learning within any respective content area. So here you see just a number of the courses that are going to be provided. These change, so there might be additions depending on where the final what final needs surface as we get closer to the end of the school year. And then, as I mentioned, we are offering geometry for our students as well. And then the Get Ahead courses at SMC include US history, world history, biology, chemistry, political science, and economics. So those are the courses that are being provided through SMC. And there are seats saved within those courses specifically for our students. So that's something really, really important and something that we appreciate that SMC and our partners are doing in order to ensure our students have access. And for special education, the offerings that we have, as I mentioned, are the extended school year for kindergarten through 5th grade. And we also are going to be providing the Summer Reading Institute. So this is the same for elementary and secondary. That is a program that we've been offering year to year. The new piece is the Summer Institutes that will be above and beyond ESY and that will support us in the learning recovery plan that we're developing. Now for child development services, as I mentioned before, we have one infant toddler room that's going to be available based on family need. We will have 2 full-day preschools that are going to be open from 7 to 6 throughout the summer for families. We also will be providing childcare summer programs. So we have summer wraparound services for IISS, which is our intensive intervention summer school, and the Summer Language Academy, SLA, and extended school year for ESY. So those wraparound services are being coordinated. And we actually met today as a larger team to make assignments and make sure that everything was in order. So this wraparound service is before and after school at McKinley. We're also going to be providing Coastal Kids, which is a summer camp for students in TK through 3rd grade. And this will be offered at Edison, at McKinley, and either Franklin or Roosevelt. So we're still finalizing those pieces. And it goes from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. with options for extended childcare if needed. So this will take place from June 14th through August 16th. So one of the things that we've been working on is just the communication pieces. So making sure that our families are aware of what we are offering and providing the information in a timely manner and following and doing additional outreach. So we, as you can see, we sent an email communication from our Ed Services coordinators to all of the families, inviting them to participate in in the summer school offering. So we reached out to all of our tier 3 families for elementary and middle school, and also our tier 2 students for the Summer Language Academy to invite them to participate in summer school. So we worked really closely, our coordinators worked really closely with the site instructional coaches, the bilingual community liaisons, classroom teachers, our counselors at the middle school, and our principals to really do everything that we could to communicate with families and make individual phone calls if needed to let them know that this offering was taking place and to please let us know if they were interested in participating in the summer programming. So our initial outreach invitations were sent out in March. And what you'll notice here is I made some adjustments in the original presentation. I didn't have the dates. So the second outreach took place April 12th, after we came back from spring break, to remind our families to make sure to complete the interest form. Then there was a third outreach on April 27th in response to low numbers. So we did another connection to families to see if there was anyone else who was interested or if anybody missed the communication. So there was an additional third outreach for families. And then just this past week, we did a fourth outreach to families, particularly our distance-only elementary families and our middle school families that did not respond to the initial invite to offer a distance learning option. All the offerings that I had shared initially were only in-person offerings. So IISS, SLA and SAMS is the only online version, but IISS and SLA was offered in person. We are designing the curriculum to be distance learning for IISS for the elementary and middle school. So those are the 4-week programs that we offer. So we're offering that to our families. So we've asked families to please respond to us by May 11th so that we can make sure that we have all of that information and begin to create classes and assign staffing as necessary. So I wanted to share with all of you from that initial outreach and then the follow-up that we've had with families, I wanted to share with you what our numbers look like. So you're able to see here on the left-hand side, the summer school program is identified. And then that's beginning with the top row. And then you see the number of invitations that were sent out to families, the number of responses, and the response rate that we received. So as you take a look at this, we sent out invitations to 691 students and families in IISS. Of that, we had 241 families that responded, which is a 34% response rate. For the Elementary Summer Language Academy, we did an outreach to 108 families that were tier 2, of which 20 responded, so 19%. For middle school intensive intervention summer school, we sent out invitations to 468 students, of which 201 responded for the in-person experience, which is 43%. So just looking at the intensive intervention for summer school, at the middle school and at the elementary, you see that we did everything in our, we outreached to all of the families that met the tier 3 criteria, which is what we utilized to share with you today, that were identified within that particular bracket. And then our middle school summer accelerated math program, that's still to be determined. We're still working on those pieces, and that is sent out later on, closer to June, so that families are able to enroll in that if they are interested. So as you see, the total number of invitations that we sent out for elementary IISS, Summer Language Academy at the elementary, and for middle school IISS was 1,267 invitations, of which we received 461 interest forms, so positive interest forms, and that's 36% response rate. And this is as of April 29th. So we have received a couple more responses since then. And I received those numbers today, but I wasn't able to make those updates. It hasn't been a significant increase, but we have seen a couple of students and families respond saying that they are interested in an in-person experience. So this is a macro level of the response for elementary and middle school summer school. Now we want to look at the enrollment at the elementary level by Santa Monica and Malibu. So you're able to see what we're looking at right now. So for intensive intervention summer school, for kindergarten, we had 41 interest forms. First grade was 37. So you're able to see second grade 23. So each one lets you know how many families responded in that respective grade level. Now the asterisk lets you know that that also will include an IISS dual language immersion offering, because for dual language immersion, the offering is delivered in Spanish, because that's the primary language of instruction during kinder and first grade. So you'll see that the numbers are embedded within those K and 1. For Summer Language Academy, you're able to see how many families responded in each of those grade levels, which then as we look at these numbers, we end up having to make combination classes in order to be able to meet their needs. In Malibu, for intensive intervention summer school, you're able to see how many families responded in relationship to the invitations. And then for Summer Language Academy, we only had one response for an in-person experience. For middle school, it's the same format. You're able to see the grade level and the numbers that the number of responses that we received from families. And then, as I mentioned earlier, summer accelerated support is to be determined, and we'll be able to provide an update in a Friday memo once we have those numbers. So as a whole, in Santa Monica, for kinder through fifth, we had 221 positive responsive interest forms completed, 6 through 8, 120, for a total of 341 students in Santa Monica. In our Malibu pathway, kinder through fifth were 40 students, 6 through 8 were 3, for a total of 43 students. So again, this is for an in-person experience. We will have numbers for distance learning experience next week, and we'll work on those pieces as well. So our next steps. So we need to continue working with our various team leads to prep and plan for all of the pieces for summer school. As I mentioned, our various leads are working diligently on all of the logistical pieces and preparing and supporting with the outreach to families. Again, our instructional coaches at the sites and our bilingual community liaisons and principals have been a huge support with those outreach efforts. So we will continue working. We continue to work with them to increase the numbers and connect with families that may be interested in this opportunity. So at this point, we're working on hiring staff for the in-person elementary and middle school programs and also the high school program. What we're finding is that there is a need for math teachers at middle school and high school. So at the middle school currently, we did not have any math credentialed applicants within our pool. So we are doing another outreach, posting it again internally and externally to see if we are able to have applicants to teach our math component. Hopefully we will have individuals who will be interested in an in-person experience. However, if we do not have that interest, and if we see that teachers are interested only in a distance learning experience, what we may have to do is transition 7th and 8th grade into a distance learning only experience in order to be able to offer and not cancel the programming. So those things are still under development, and we're working on those pieces. So as I mentioned, we're doing additional outreach to our elementary and middle school families that didn't respond to the initial invite. And we're offering them that distance learning summer school option. So once we hear from them, then that will let us know, allow us to be able to go through the hiring piece and then offer our teachers an in-person experience, an in-person position or a distance learning position. So we're still working on the hiring process for that. We need to finalize our summer school curriculum. And we're currently redesigning. We're going to make sure that we're in that process also designing it for distance learning so that teachers can implement either or. And then just prepping all of the instructional materials for both of those programs. And that is also happening at the high school. Our high school teams are working with teachers to design the programming and work through the hiring pieces. And then we need to make sure that we're continuing to support our elementary admin interns and our middle school and high school site teams that oversee summer school. in order to prepare them and prepare them for the launch in June. And lastly, we'll make sure once we have our final numbers and have our staffing in place, we'll be communicating with families their assignments. So tomorrow we will be sending a communication to families who we receive an interest form from, to let them know that we received it, that we have them on our queue, and that once we finish with the staffing pieces, we will follow up with communication around classroom assignments and teacher assignments. Again, all of this is definitely contingent on us being able to have the staffing to offer that in-person experience. Right now at the elementary level, we're in a really good place. We're focusing on trying to do outreach for middle school and high school, particularly in math. And we'll keep you posted on how things are developing. So this is our programming and what we've been working on since January. So included in the presentation, you'll see a timeline. I won't go through that timeline, but it's there for your reference, because this has been work that we've been doing since January to prepare us to be able to move forward with these offerings for our students and our families. So with that, I will stop sharing my presentation.
Thanks,
And
Dr.
see if there
Miller.
are any comments or questions.
We do have one public comment on this, so I'm just going
Okay.
to take that one public comment now, and then the board can do its clarifying and comments, if that's okay. So Lori, can you introduce the one speaker, please?
Seems like a good idea. Yes, we have one speaker, Liz Garcia. You have 3 minutes. I can't see you. Sarah, can you see?
Hi.
You are.
Hi.
Hi.
So first, I wanted to mention that a comment about the parents helping the students during distance learning and how that helped them with their achievements. Something that I don't know if anybody has spoken on. And going on to summer school, I don't know how effective summer school is, if we have some kind of data on that. And if the money can be better utilized with private tutors, or like a Kumon situation where, they already have a system in place where they could, a lot of kids do Kumon after school. A lot of kids have tutors, and those are the kids that are achieving and getting the high grades. So maybe this is a time that we can pivot and do something different for summer, and use a different strategy, like we've been using 310 tutors, maybe some of the online, since we've already been using online learning, maybe that could be more effective than the summer school. And it looks like nobody wants to go to summer school. So maybe a distance learning summer school, utilizing, EPIC and Freckle and ST Math and all those things. Personally, I think a lot of kids start school behind and they just never catch up. So I was very happy to hear that Craig mentioned, SOLCON and mastery of learning instead of, what we have going on right now. So yeah, let's do something different for summer school. What's more effective? Let's try something different. And do we have any data on summer school? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I will, maybe if Dr. Moore wants to address any of that during the other questions that come up, he's free to do so. But let's, I'll look for hands or comments, and I'll start a list. If anybody wants to, I see Jennifer, then Maria, and we'll start there.
I have 2 questions. One, do we have any information on summer reading programs through the local libraries for kids, and is that information forthcoming? And the other thing is that can we, and I understand, and maybe it's more of a question for Dr. Drotti. It's just about the, just to put out there and understand the decrease in available courses over the summer at Samo High for the Get Ahead, which used to be a little more engaging, and also the fact that, just to let people know that there are other options for get ahead classes at the high school.
Yeah, maybe I'll speak to the get ahead. I know we went through a process of aligning our budget and what we pay for and didn't pay for. We went through a painstaking discussions last 2 years, and unfortunately, we'll have to go through the same conversations starting next year to deal with the structural deficit. But one of those decisions we made was in working. We're funded for within the 180 days of school, and we get supplemental funding to deal with learning mitigation in the summertime. And so as a result, we've always had a robust intervention program during the summertime. And I think for whatever reason, when other districts did away with original credit summer school, this district didn't. And I think when we looked at the structural deficit, we were looking at areas where we thought that we can do away with it. Not that we did away with it, but we did find a way to partner with the college and to give us access and room, so that way it'll be more cost effective and within our budget. So we are offering geometry, and I believe we're having a conversation around either world or U.S. history. I know that's still in the process of us discussing. But at the end of the day, it's a big conversation we have to have as a district. You know, we're gonna resolve the pandemic situation with the learning loss and all that, but I'm gonna be asking us to engage in some deeper conversations as we start aligning, having discussions around aligning the budget. And so what I'm expecting is more or less, how do we stay within our budget and offer what we need to offer? And if it's summer school that we want more of a summer school that's original credit that is through our school, which is going to cost us something, we just have to be able to know where to pull that from and what aren't we going to do during the school year for that to occur, or we engage in a way we start looking at the master schedule of our secondary schools and try to see if can we afford more of a opportunity for students who take some of the courses within the school year, within the master schedule, is another conversation we'll have to have. But to address your question about what happened up to this point, we traded in more SMC colleges for courses that were taught by Santa Monica High. And it was a cost-saving effort.
Thanks. And then just the reading program.
Yes, so we can definitely do an outreach to the library so we can send out that communication. I haven't taken a look at that at this point, but we'll do so.
Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. Maria?
Yes, well, thank you. I guess the biggest question it always is every year in terms of the Get Ahead courses and whether there's going to be sufficient, classes of the actual biology at the high school, and then the other, whether I know that there's always arrangements being made with SMC and the district regarding opening, leaving certain sections of the histories open for our high school students. But is there going to be sufficient, or, I mean, because I know there's always a need of, I remember last year there was, or not really last year because it was a weird summer last year, but 2 years ago, where there was always a need of maybe 4 or 5 sections of history or 4 or 5 sections of something. And I don't know if that's good, if that's doable, or if it's something that we can't do it because of our own restrictions with our own school district. I'm not sure if you know that, Dr. Mara.
So I have been working closely with the team at SMC, and they're doing their very best to offer as many sections as possible, but it's also limited, right? Because they have to provide the staffing in order to be able to open up additional sections. And they went this year, we even outreach to our own staff here in Santa Monica to see if they were interested in teaching courses. So they're coming up to the same difficulties that we're experiencing in regards to staffing for summer, right? So they are saving seats in the courses that I delineated: U.S. history, world history, biology, chemistry, political science, and economics. I hope I didn't miss any. But it's always, there might not be enough seats if depending on the numbers of students that apply, because we will know, we have a sense of the number of students that were our priority, right? So that we have that based on their needs. But there are also students that choose to take SMC or summer courses that we might not be aware of or privy to. So we are pretty much just asking for as many seats as possible based on previous years, and then doing the same thing as trying to do the outreach to hire staff for those sections.
So really,
there is really no guarantee that there's, depending on if there's an increase this year in interest, that there's going to be enough seats as a whole.
Okay. So at least at this point, it's all going to be dependent upon, we're not limiting on the district side, but we're depending upon, let's see what SMC, the number of courses that they're going to offer or open up.
Yeah.
I guess there's one, those are I guess SMC holds certain sections, but on the other side of it, they can also take the concurrent class with the traditional, with everybody else, right?
Yes, they can still do that, exactly. So there's the seats that are being held specifically for us, and then there are other courses that students can take beyond just what's being held specifically for us. And that's where the comment that I made around how we're going to have students that we might not be aware that want to sign up for summer school, that just sign up for summer school at SMC and take the courses. So that's why our numbers fluctuate year to year. And we try and do our best to provide the numbers that we anticipate, but it really changes year to year depending on what students end up wanting to do.
Yeah.
Okay, and then just the other thing that in terms of Edison, for those that are doing, let's say, some intervention summer school for Edison, are they going to have their own separate, because they're just being done in Spanish, or is it all put in the same?
Okay, so yes, so they're all going to be housed at McKinley. So we have a specific K1 classroom for DLI, and then the Edison students can participate in 2nd through 5th across all of the other classrooms. So the ask was for us to have that kinder and 1st grade dual language immersion IISS program, but based on our numbers, we have, at this point, it looks like it's going to be a K1 because the numbers are really low.
Okay. And just, I guess the other thing before we leave on this topic is the fact that I'm hoping that in the future, I guess when you're doing the assessing, and I'm going to go just a little back into the assessing, is that at one point when a child comes to you, and I know that, and it's really interesting that when a child comes into the district, they always ask them to fill out a form and say, what is the language that is spoken at home?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I think a lot of them, and I think at one point with my son, because he was a monolingual Spanish speaker, I put Spanish. So the assumption is then I guess you only fill it out one form for the whole family, because then my daughter comes in, and of course she wasn't raised all in Spanish. So when they did the assessment on her, they did it in Spanish, and of course they're saying, oh no, she has no concept, she can't read. There's not something wrong with her. And I go, no, because and the first thing that I thought of was, what language did you test her on? And they go, Spanish. That's the error, because that's what happened. She doesn't speak Spanish all that well. She understands it a little bit, but not like my son. So anyway, to say that is that at one point, I guess it's like, who at the very beginning piece of it will identify, because it's no longer these assessment tests that will identify the child at the very beginning, whether he's going to be an EL student or whether it's an EL situation, in connection with also a special education piece.
Mm-hmm.
But I know that in the past, that was the biggest issue, was that the easy way out was like, just designate this person as a special education student, because it's just quick, it's just easier, it's easier for the child to get whatever that the student could get to help them go through the process. But I mean, at one point, how closely then now are we, because I know I know that we're working closely now with special education, and is like, how are we going to be able to at least get through that hurdle in making sure that these students, when they first come to us, get identified or get assessed quicker, and in a sense correctly assessed, so that again, they're not saying that it's not a language issue, that it's special education issue. So I don't know if both of the teams get together or they do it separately at one point when the child first comes into the district.
So in the first piece, is the home language survey and the process to when you're enrolling the student in school. So the home language survey helps us to determine if there's another language other than English spoken at home, and if we would need to assess to determine if the student is initially fluent in English or an English learner. So that's what the home language survey informs us. And part of that, there is what we call the solemn test in Spanish to see what are their skills in Spanish, because there was another language other than English written in the first 3 questions of the home language survey. So the solemn is in Spanish to gauge their Spanish fluency, but then the LPAC is administered for the student, and that is all communicated to the parents so that they know your child will be assessed using the LPAC to determine if they're initially fluent in English. If they are, that means that they're an IFEP, they don't need any additional services. Or if they're an English learner, which means that they would be receiving additional services within their classroom, which is designated ELD and integrated ELD. So when we're thinking about how we're supporting students and addressing their needs, then it's really working together through the SST, through the SST at the site, through the special education team as well, to engage in critical conversations around what are the needs of the students, and making sure that we are, one, implementing designated ELD on a daily basis for our English learners, and integrated ELD to provide access to the content area. And if the student is coming up through the school success team because there are areas of growth for the student or concerns as in relationship to their academic progress, then conversations need to be taking place around how is language impacting them. And that needs to also be discussed prior to moving into assessment, because language can be masked as a specific learning disability if we are not taking into account all the entire context of the student. So I know we are working, Ms. Infield and I have been working closely. She had been working closely with Dr. Teplin prior to this year and providing training for teams around language development and looking at those pieces prior to moving into the assessment, the special education assessment, right? So making sure that we're speaking to what are the needs of our English learners as it relates to language, and having interventions in place to address those needs, and ensuring that the designated ELD is being fully implemented in a very meaningful, thoughtful approach to address those language needs for our students. And now this continues to be an area of need for us, right? We are working on those pieces, and we're working really closely with our special education department, our psychologists, our teachers, to really look at what are the differences and how do learning needs surface for our English learners that are language-based versus it being a special education area of need, an identified disability for them. So it continues to be a work in progress. We're also looking and having conversations around how are we addressing the needs of our at-promise students, of our Latinx students, right? Whether they're an English learner or a non-English learner, so that we are making sure that we're addressing their academic needs and not funneling them as well to special education, because they have needs that maybe we have not been able to address within our classrooms. So those are the 2 pieces that we're continuing to work on, and an area of growth for us.
So this is just my last thing. I've pitched this already several times, and I'll do one more pitch. But I think because of the strong need in order to support a lot of our EL children, and so that they're not, let's say, misdiagnosed from the very beginning, we have to have some accountability within the district. And I know that Dr. Mora, you've been working with Deanna Sinfield in this, and she's a director. So at one point we have to look in terms of the configuration of our ed services team, in terms of really getting a director in this area for EL, so that again, more progress being made for a lot of the children a lot earlier, because that's the biggest complaint of parents, that the follow through, the monitoring of the progress of their students, so that if they're diagnosed, I mean, if they're diagnosed as an EL student as a kindergartner, that by the time they get to hopefully 5th or middle school, they're reclassified, because there's a lot of drawbacks that they're not. So I think at one point, I think it would be great if we had 2 directors working together, one the EL and one, special education, because the strength will be there. And it'll come to the point where really, if we're able to do that between K and 8th grade, that would be really the end of really the strength of having to spend money in the high school for that. Because if you could reclassify, all you're doing in the high school is just a follow-up, which is nothing. The cost would pay for itself, because we wouldn't have to be paying for all those for all the students that are still not classified during the high school. And then again, it frees their schedules up in high school to do a lot more, open it up to do a lot more, to take more electives in that respect in the high school.
Absolutely.
So anyway, that's my pitch in
Thanks,
this.
Michelle.
Yeah.
So we've got me, then Richard, then Craig. I'm jumping in early. I just got antsy. So me, Richard, Craig. And I do want to say that we had 2 members of the public who signed up for public comment after we had started this item. So we will come to them for their public comments at the end of our comment period. So if they're waiting to speak, it'll be after the board finishes its discussion. My comments. So Dr. Moore, one, it's clear from what you're presenting, there you are. It's clear from what you're presenting, the priorities that you have for the summer. For the past year, everyone's talked about learning loss. What are we going to do for the kids with learning loss? This summer, as it seems to me, you've set up a summer school program that is uniquely targeted to address students who are suffering from learning loss, or the most vulnerable learners that we've identified. You have made it not just another trot out more homework, you've added a social-emotional component, you've added more fun, you've added more things to bring in a little joy of learning into this process. So it seems really clear what you've done, and I think that's wonderful. I know you and I have talked about, boy, wouldn't it have been great if we could have also done some shorter programs for kids that just want to have a learning experience over the summer. And I totally get it when you say that the amount of work it took to create this program, it was so overwhelming that while you agree you would have liked to have done that as well, it's just not realistic. This program is deep, it's thorough, it's researched, and it's going to help the kids that need it the most. So I just want to say that, because I know you would have loved to have done both.
Yeah.
And it just wasn't realistic. I'm hoping that our district can communicate with families and direct them to programs that we can recommend, that we have confidence in, people that we've partnered with. The Coastal Kids is a good start for the youngest learners, but maybe there's other things we can recommend in the community.
Perfect.
Second thing, also, I'm glad that you worked in that DL option. I think that's really important for this summer. Next, one of the only good things about the pandemic was that we finally were able to start school later. And I was very happy to see middle school and high school starting, 9 a.m. And then I look at summer school and the kids in high school are starting at 8. I maybe it's just me. I know Craig is on my side on this one, but I just don't think sending kids to summer school at 8 a.m. is a good idea. And I think you should think about that. It just doesn't make sense to me, especially after we finally made progress on that. But I will leave that to what you guys can figure out. Maybe there's other factors at play here. Lastly, everybody has their thing that they beat the drum at every meeting. I will beat the drum at this meeting. Dr. Drotti brought it up already. The summer school is yet another conversation that can be corrected with a more open schedule in secondary. Families are not sending their kids to summer school to take US history so that they can get ahead. They're doing it so they can free up their schedule to add more electives, so they can add a language and an art or a music. Once we open up our schedule, this mad demand for get ahead classes will dissipate. It will. And I'm so looking forward to Dr. Drotti, who I know is embracing this. Dr. Drotti will come back to us with something. I'm done beating the drum. Richard, and then Craig.
Well, I'll take one swing at the drum. Your drum. I just say I'm with John, and I would say, John, that while we're meeting as a board, you should see if there's 4 board members to say nothing before 9:00 a.m. So I think it is within line of the Board of Education to make those comments about time. I mean, I think there are 4 votes here to give direction, to say, look, if there's a good thing out of the pandemic, I wouldn't use the word good, but if something came out of the pandemic that we thought was, we wanted to hold on to, like a 9 a.m. start, I think that is a direction of the school board. And so maybe as this continues, this discussion tonight, I would be for one, joining in that direction tonight, and to just be done with this on that piece. I wanted to say how much I appreciated Maria's comments and yours, John, because particularly, John, your question of Dr. Mora was really brought out an explanation as to why we weren't doing other things. And so I really appreciated your clarifying that for me and for the community listening. And Maria, your questions were spot on. And I just want to say, Dr. Mora, that I echo those, say ditto to member Leon Vasquez. And I also want to thank you for the incredible work. It is clear what you have been doing. And how far, for those of us who've been engaged in this conversation about what can summer be, wow, it's a lot more than it was and has been, and you've really addressed the needs in this particular moment, so thank you. My question specifically is to the SMC component, probably no surprise. Again, all disclosure, I'm a professor at Santa Monica College. I'm teaching one of the classes. I teach political science. I have no idea who's in my class right now, but it is full for the summer already. What I wanted to ask is, there was a comment that you made, and I just want to make sure that, let me just say, so my understanding is that for a student, for he, she, or they to be able to take a class, he, she, they are as a rising freshman, sophomore, junior, and they are going to be taking a course at Santa Monica College, or quite frankly, any community college or other institution of higher learning over the course of the summer. Their counselor and the principal, and the house principal in the case of Samo High, the principal at the case of Malibu, would have to sign off and give approval for that. So the point of clarity that I need is that, I think you said, I think someone said, we don't really have a grasp on the total number of students who might be out taking, right? I know that you work with your counterpart at SMC, and there's an identification of these courses, but it is within one's imagination that an individual student, he, she, they, is getting the support of their local site administrator and counselor to take a course that has not been identified as one of our coordinated courses. And so I'm just wondering, do we do anything at the district? So one, is that correct? I think it is. 2, do we have any data collection? Do we know who's taking courses outside of those that have been identified between you and your counterpart? That's important. And then it's been news to me, this is news to me tonight, about the college identifying special professors. I don't know, they didn't say special.
Not special professors.
That's special, stay straightforward, but professors who might be geared or able to address kind of the special needs of secondary school. Could you say a little bit more about those things? And again, I just want to read, because I'm going to zip my lip now, but just tell you how incredibly grateful I am for the deep dive and the incredible work that you and your staff have done for the summer. Thank you very much.
No, of course. So yes, you are correct. If students are interested in taking courses at any college and they want them to count as credit for their high school, yes, they do need to get that approved. But there are situations where students want to take just a course because they're interested in a particular topic, or are curious about something, and they don't necessarily want to have it count as part of their credit at the high school. So then that could happen, that there might be students that take other courses that we're not privy to because they're just wanting to explore other topics. But yes, the students do have to connect with their counselors. So we do share with SMC the anticipated numbers that we have, but based on those conversations. But again, there might be students that later on decide that they want to take it, right? And then we've already communicated those initial numbers with SMC and saved those seats. So it becomes challenging to be able to then later on say, can you add another section? Because it might not be possible to add another section because they might not have the staffing available. And of course, students are able to sign up for any course, but we work closely with SMC because we know that, you know, maybe some professors are more interested in working with high school students, and they are like, they will say, you know what, yes, I'm interested and feel really comfortable working with high school students, versus others that may not be, you know, be interested in or feel comfortable. So it's really just about how can we partner and be able to connect our students to professors that they will, you know, feel successful and supported with. And that's not to say anything negative for our SMC professors at any way, shape, or form. I want to be clear.
Oh, you're clear.
You know, I want to make sure that it's like, no, our SMC professors are amazing, but we want to make sure that we're taking them into account in regards to the offerings that we provide.
Thank you, Dr. Mora.
Thanks, TJ. And to your point, I've heard from myself, from you, and I know Craig has shown support for a later start time for our older kids. So if other board members wish, Lori is raising her hand. So I think that is a board priority, that we try to do these later start times, especially in the summer, for our older learners. So whatever you can do. It looks like the board is unified on this one. Craig.
So I have a couple of questions, and then I have some comments. My first question is, if I understand correctly, this is kind of the flip side when I had talked about the 150-year-old teacher-centric model, where the teacher, it's up to the kids to meet the teacher's education. There's truth to that too, right? You can't drag a child to learning. So my question to you is, I mean, those response numbers, the number of kids who've said they will take the classes, seem awfully low to me. And, you know, in our district goal of closing the achievement gap, it seems to me like the kids who aren't coming are certainly raising the probability that they will underachieve or continue to underachieve going forward. So my first question is that right? And if it is, is there anything we as a board can do? Is there anything we as a district can do to help with that? Because that just seems really sad to me, and it may just be that way, but that seems sad. And my second question is that while we remain in the shadow of the pandemic, we have a number of families who are gonna remain DL only for their own reasons. And maybe I missed it, but if you could speak to how those families can fully access all of the range of classes, that the necessary classes, the catch-up classes. Again, maybe I missed it, but what I thought I heard was that they're in person. And so how did those families who just can't do that, how are they gonna catch up?
So in regards to the DL pieces, we are offering the DL, the distance learning option, for elementary and middle school. So that's been sent out. Our high school teams have been working on those pieces as well in order to address the need for families that are students that are not able for any reason to come in, or not do not feel comfortable coming in during this time, right? So they're working on that piece as well. They're in that process currently. So we are working on those pieces as well as it relates to the credit recovery opportunities at the high school. And more, I will most likely be able to provide additional updates once all of those pieces are solidified with our high school team, because they've been working on those pieces as well. And then what was the other question, Craig? I apologize for that. So that was the DL piece.
The fact that less than half of the kids we've invited are responding positively. And should we be, what can we do? Am I right to be concerned, and what can we do?
You know, so I hear you. Yes, and that's the reason why we've done multiple outreach to families. Like we've connected with them. Our team at the sites have been working really closely, making phone calls, reaching out. I think it's just, for us, it's just re-messaging, and then also not only just re-messaging to families, but also planning for fall, saying, okay, these are the families that did not attend for X, Y, and Z, right? We might not have their reason. They just might need to just have, you know, time in the summer. But then also part of what we're planning and thinking about is how does our learning recovery plan extend to next year, right? How are we continuing to provide the academic support program for our elementary and middle school students throughout next year? Because we know that based on our evidence of student learning, based on our data from this point, we know that we have tier 3 students. We have those tier 3 that said, yes, we want to join summer school. It's right for us now. And then we have those who didn't respond. So we know we have to address those needs come fall. So we are planning for those pieces as part of the ways of addressing those needs in the fall.
Great. Perfect. Thank you. Both of those are very comforting to me. Because I mean, that's really, this is the heart of what we as a board have as our goal. And so I love that that's the case. So yes to later school. And I'm reading a book now called Why We Sleep. And it would argue that it's not just a circadian shift. There are actual wirings that take place during that time where we're shaking our adolescents awake and sending them off to school that could lead to long-term effects of, you know, the brain not fully wiring itself. It's not just that they have a circadian rhythm shift. So, I mean, there are potentially very real biological reasons why that's a necessary thing, but I am all in on a later start day for our adolescents. I'm also all in on a more flexible schedule, and I would love to get there as soon as we possibly can. And then the last piece goes back to the slow reclassification and the disproportionality in SPED of our Spanish-speaking students. You know, I understand that it's sort of a dual problem, but it's not a dual problem if you're assessing the kids for special ed in Spanish, right? Then it's only a single problem. Are they special ed, or then are they not? And so I absolutely share Maria's concern, and I like her solution a lot. I think that, again, this is very much to the heart of what we as a district stand for, and making sure that we have the resources in place. And I think it's pretty clear from the data that we are both slow to reclassify and we have a disproportionality issue. I think we need to hit that aggressively with an institutional organizational solution. And I absolutely back the idea of having a director of English learning, or however you guys would want to structurally solve that, but putting resources against that, I think is, you know, another important step as you're continuing to building block to close the achievement gap.
Thanks,
Thank
great.
And
Anybody else want to jump in, or we're moving on?
I'll just state one last thing about Craig and Maria's comments, and I think the special ed team will tell you that this is a phenomena that you see across the state of California, probably in the nation too, because the issue is really ensuring that the ELD strategies are in place, and that we are treating the instruction of English learners by fully implementing those ELD strategies. Okay, you have to, and then secondly, process-wise, using data. You've got to have the data in place. From there, you have more effective, what we call SSTs, student study teams. Because that's where the general ed side catches the problem. If you're actually as a team having a conversation around a student's progress using data, because and that's considered within what we call tier 1 or tier 2 instruction before it goes to tier 3. Tier 3 is when you now start bringing in other areas of students still not progressing. So but the data piece is essential. It is essential, and it's all tied in, and that's why I'm so impassioned about making sure that we have that system in place, because that's where it starts.
I see that Deanna Sinfield turned her camera on, which is usually the universal sign that she'd like to say something. So I would love to ask Deanna and Deanna, who runs our special education department, if you have anything you want to add to the conversation.
Yeah, I had a lot to add, but I'll try and be brief. The first thing is our disproportionality is for Latinx or Hispanic students who are qualified as SLD, not necessarily English language learners, because when I took a deep dive into JAM's data, for example, there was only 19 of the Hispanic students that were ELs. So it's not necessarily ELs. I want to make that very clear, because I think we are starting to weed through whether, and I always think of second language as a gift. It's not a disability. And that's something that we stress, is that there's a difference between learning a language and having a disability. Because as Maria has said, it has to be in both languages. So we do test in both languages to make sure. We're still not great at it. We're not perfect, but we've come a long way. The second point I want to make is that the cutoff for disproportionality is 3.0. That's just a number that they have. And I don't know how they can, it's a very intricate math thing that they do to come up with that. We are at 3.02. So it is our second year though. So we have to start looking at our disproportionality so we don't get fined or sanctioned next year. So it is a problem, but it's nice to know it's come down, where we have been doing some work. The third piece is we are sending data and talking to the psychologists, especially about the data that we have that shows it shows a breakdown of what we're doing and what we need to be doing. The fourth thing I want to say is that I know we're coming back and people are concerned because some of their children did not make the growth they would like. And I caution us to identify all those students who haven't made growth as having a disability, because if they can recoup the loss with some learning, then it's not necessarily attributed to a disability. And I don't want to unnecessarily put a label on a student who doesn't necessarily require that, because it is, when you have an eligibility, there's a disability that goes with it. So I want us to be very clear and careful and concise about who we identify, how we identify them, and what kind of recovery we've been given, because we know even after a summer, every child comes back a little bit less than what they left, because they haven't been reading every day. They haven't been doing math every day. We have to keep that in mind when we go forward. The fifth thing I want to say is that some of our kids have really strived in distance learning. There is a group of families that have said, this is the best thing that ever happened to my kid. And I don't want to I don't want to say that I don't want to discount that, because I think it's very important that we look at that and say, for some of these kids, we took away the social piece, which was so difficult for them. And so it became a really great learning experience for them. So in a nutshell, what I want to say is there's so many components. We're trying to address all of them. We're also trying to formulate programs that really target the needs that we have. And I think Dr. Mora and I have been working hand in hand with general ed and special ed to see where does the line end? Where do they go from general education to special education, so that special ed isn't the only game in town? And I think she's done a great job putting in those supports so that we have some things to do prior to getting to my department. So that's basically all I wanted to say.
Great, thank you, Deanna. I just want to reiterate, this has been a lot of information tonight, but the US News and World Report just came out, and our high schools are in the top 5% in the nation and the top this percent in there. And it's because of the work that our staff does. We have tremendous staff in this district, and we don't get to champion them enough. But hearing with Dr. Moore and Dr. Bailey and hearing Deanna and hearing everybody present, even Richard Marchini talking about how they're getting better food for us. We really have some wonderful people in our district, and it's a credit to us. So I want to thank them for. Deanna's at this meeting and she jumps in and gives us 6 carefully researched points, frame a discussion topic. Anyway, thank you to everybody for that. I really do appreciate it. I'm sure we all appreciate all the work, and you can't say thank you enough, but thank you. We do have those two public comments on this item. I think one of them is going to need a quick answer. So maybe we can do those two comments.
Yes, since each of you submitted late into the item, you'll each have 1 minute to speak. First speaker is Deanna Ozaki, and the second one is Lydia Moraro. Deanne, there you are.
Hi. So, while I understand and support the focus of the summer program on those with the greatest need, I believe that for little or no cost, the district can provide certain access to apps and Chromebooks for all families. For example, 504s would not be prioritized under the summer program. I mean, they wouldn't fall under special ed, but between being propped up at home by constant parental support and the rule, at least in middle school, that missing homework will get a minimum of a 50% credit, many 504s, as well as other students, are suffering greater learning loss than I think would be reflected in their grades or on the report card. So my request is that all students continue to have access to all apps and Chromebooks during the summer, and that their current classes be kept open until the end of the summer. So how that works is that if they close out a classroom, so let's say my son's 3rd grade closes out, he loses access to Google Classroom, and then he loses access to the apps that go with that. If that can continue during the summer, it's an optional thing. Parents who want to catch their kids up or want to go back and, relearn some things or support them in those areas would have access to that. And then for the middle school, you can see where you get 50% credit. And the ability to see that class and be able to go back and say, like, listen, now that we got the summer, I'm going to catch her up on those 5 homework assignments where she'd never turned it in and got only 50% credit. Okay, so it would be great if we can look into maybe continuing some of those.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Moore, I won't put you on the spot, but I will say they do seem like valid requests. If we could get a real answer for that, I don't think it has to happen tonight, but if we could have a response for the community and let us know if that is a workable request, that'd be great to hear. Thank you. And we'll get back to the speaker to get the information.
Thank you. Lydia Moraro.
Am I unmuted? Oh yeah, thank you. I'll read my comments since I have to go fast. The kids that have to apply for SMC and they have to be doing that before May 8th, and they have to be approved by their counselor and their principal. And then SMC takes that information and then prescribes the students. As a result, we know exactly how many students to expect for each subject at SMC. High school students have a later priority date for enrollment than the general population. Therefore, that's why Richard is saying, for example, his class is full because the priority enrollment for other students is sooner. So our kids don't really have a chance with those classes because they fill up. High school students have space reserved, but only 2 sections in history, 1 section in econ and 1 section in poli-sci. And the counselors in their communications are writing that in their emails that the space is limited at SMC and it's first come, first serve, and there's no space that's guaranteed. This confirms that there is insufficient communication to serve all the students requesting SMC during the summer. So you're going to see a big train wreck at 7:05 on May 11 because a bunch of kids are not going to get their summer classes. And I hope
time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia.
You know what? What's interesting, let me just interject on that. What's interesting is that SMC's courses are all online. So it doesn't stop students from Samuel High taking a class at West LA or any other community colleges in Southern California because they're all on distance learning. So even, let's say, for example, they don't, and I'm sure West LA always has room because I know they're never full. So, I mean, that's an option for at least our high school students to look into at West LA. At least for now that everything's just, online.
I have a question, John, then because Maria's comment is a good one, but it's a question for Dr. Mora, please. Dr. Mora, with the process, however,
a student, he, she, they would have to identify to his, her, their counselor, principal, that it was going to be one of the LA community colleges versus Santa Monica College. So I think that it's important to note that Maria is absolutely right. There are many community colleges in our region. Santa Monica College is the best. But I do think that the students need to know that they have that responsibility to identify where they're headed. And then I will just, yeah.
Yes, that's correct. So they at the end of the day, if they're taking a course for original credit that they want to count within their high school transcript, they do need to communicate that with their high school counselor / advisor so that they have that approved. Whether it's at SMC or any other community college or any other program that is offering that, right?
Thank you, Dr. Morrow.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, John.
Great.
Thank you.
So I think we can actually keep moving on with our agenda. A little behind schedule, but we'll move on. So we'll go to our communications. I don't see any of our student board members here tonight, which means we won't have any student board member reports. But in lieu of that, I do want to bring up one topic before we get to Sarah Braff, which is what the student board member would have brought up. Samo High is having their prom June 5th. Malibu is doing a smaller event, Malibu High School, this Monday. We have been contacted by parents at Samo High, we the board. Would we be able to provide some support for students who are on free and reduced lunch, who paying a $60 to $55 ticket for the prom might be a financial hardship? And I wanted to see if we as a board, we can't vote on anything, but I wonder if Dr. Drotti could get some direction from us. If we want to provide direction as a board saying, we want to support senior activities at all of our high schools in whatever capacity we can do so. So Ben, do you want to address that during the SUP report or?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so okay, then let's bring that up at the SUP report. So let's do the SMMCTA report with Sarah Braff, please.
Okay, I think that unmuted me. It's Teacher Appreciation Week, and I want to acknowledge and thank every teacher, nurse, paraeducator, instructional assistant, administrator, and the hundreds of other people who have managed the incredible job of balancing the education and well-being of our students while taking care of themselves and their own families. In the past 2 months, amidst numerous changing health requirements, our schools have pivoted between distance learning plus, to hybrid, and now to full reopening, where many secondary teachers are doing the impossible, the concurrent teaching of in-person and distance students. These changes meant a scramble every day, but we did it. And while some angry people on both sides have accused our schools and teachers of selling out or of sacrificing their integrity, both for returning now and for not returning sooner, for trying to keep our unvaccinated students safe by making sure everyone wears their mask or maintains a certain amount of distance. I've stood by it in awe at all the successes we have had with distance learning, the connections we have made with each other because you are worried about your students and your families. Our SPED department has not stopped rescheduling all year and doing their absolute best to meet student minutes. Our nurses at half staff have taken on the biggest responsibilities of all, keeping us safe while recommendations change almost daily, setting up labs at JAMS and MES and running PCR testing and contact tracing. The last 14 months have been difficult and everyone is struggling. When I look out at the audience, I see parents who have been behind us, true blue, year after year, coming to these meetings month after month. Yet teachers have still had to deal with the disdain and belligerence from people who want to tell teachers how, why, and when to teach. Our teachers persisted and did everything they could. Teachers are happy to be back with their students and proud of the progress their kids have made. Our educators have not been given a fraction of the credit they deserve. And as this is Teacher Appreciation Week, I ask parents in our community to show our profession some respect and admiration, along with some gift cards, candy. And this year, I think spirits might be in order. Thank you.
There's certain things I've learned in years of entertainment. It's not how you open, it's how you finish. Great last sentence. Thanks, Sarah Braff, and thank you to the teachers. I think Ben will recognize Teacher Week in his report. I'll leave that for the superintendent. I don't think Chris Mock is with us. Hey, Chris Mock is back with us tonight. Chris Mock,
I am with us.
Report.
But I've already, I'm going to turn in my report. I've turned it in to the board in writing, so I won't take up our time here. But I just want to say that I do appreciate teachers, and they've done a great job this year. I would love to have a drink with you when we have a time.
So I should point out, Chris will submit his report in writing. He had a personal emergency tonight, and I think just the fact that he came on now just to say hello speaks to his commitment to the district and his commitment to the board.
Thank you, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Chris. Gabrielle Cohen, PTA Council report.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. I'm going to go off script for a quick minute. It was so wonderful to hear some of the board comments. PTA Council and all of our unit PTAs have been advocating all year and before this year for that later start time for our secondary students and for expanding the master schedule so that our arts students, our sports students, and our students who want to take foreign language don't have to choose. So thank you, and please continue to work on those things. Teacher Appreciation Week, that's what we're all here to talk about. So hopefully all of you have seen our signs all around Santa Monica and Malibu because it's National Teacher Appreciation Week. And the PTA Council wanted to come together as a whole community to thank our teachers for all they do. Many of our PTA units are also doing their own celebrations, but we did want to thank everybody who participated in our lawn signs, and thank you to all of our teachers. And I know Sarah Braff came and purchased a few of our lawn signs. So thank you, Sarah, for supporting our PTA efforts. PTA Council is also, we've been working very closely with Dr. Drotti to try to get more crossing guards back. The safety of our students has always been one of our top priorities, and we will do everything we can to ensure their safe arrival and departure from school each day. The other thing that we've been working on with Dr. Drotti is the youth after school programs to make sure our families and students have a place to play and activities to engage everyone after school. And we just wanted to let Dr. Drotti know how much we appreciate all the hard work that you are putting into this with us. It seems that the reopening of schools has gone really well. So thank you to all of the board for helping make this happen and for the work of the administrators, staff, and teachers to make sure all the protocols are followed so that we can stay open. We know that it's been a really tough year for everybody, and it was as if we all had to reinvent the wheel. Hopefully we are all now seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. We can all take a collective deep breath and sigh of relief and then keep going to see what's next. Last but not least, recently PTA Council has come up with our own mission statement that we voted in. So I just wanted to read our mission statement. The PTA Council, as the PTA Council, we support families and educators in providing quality educational experiences imbued with equity and compassion. We advocate on behalf of every child in order to develop informed and engaged citizens for the future. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Gabrielle. Wonderful mission statement. Thank you for sharing that with us. And thank you to PTA Council for their work this year. It's taken more than a village this year, so thank you all. Dr. Drotti, Superintendent's report.
Great, thank you. And I want to just reiterate what everybody's saying about the Teacher Appreciation Week. And my appreciate, and I'm going to direct it straight to the teachers, and just for your willingness to pivot after March last year, where we had some stumbling blocks with our distance learning, and we heard some concerns for parents. But for the staff to take ownership, the teachers to take ownership, work over the summertime, meet in meetings, and then culminating in us being able to have an improved distance learning. Man, it was a huge effort. They had to learn how to use computers. They had to learn new apps and just learn how to teach differently, and they actually did it. And so after that, we went through a whole journey of going to we went through about 11 different changes to the CTA agreement, in which the teachers came willingly to have those conversations, and we culminated with being one of only I think it's about 7 out of 80 something districts that are fully reopened, and I'm very appreciative of that as superintendent. I see what my peers are going through in trying to reopen, and I'm just so thankful for the teachers and staff to be able to say, yes, we're willing to do this. So huge thank you to the teachers, and during the Teacher Appreciation Week, and I realized it's been a tough year. We're going to do our best to try to give it some rest over the in June and July and August, so that way you can get refreshed and we come back strong in the following year. There's another group, I think today is May 6th, that we need to also honor. This is Nurses Day, National Nurses Day. And I think everybody would agree with me how invaluable our nurses have been during this ordeal, the work that they have to do, the preparation they have to go through, the learning they have to go through in order to make sure that our processes, our protocols are ready to bring students back. I mean, they're an efficient group. And you know, a lot of my presentations, I've always included the head nurse in helping us communicate information about just the pandemic and health issues and things that they have to consider. So thank you to all the nurses out here. I know you guys are really, really elevated. And I think right now there's an appreciation of nurses throughout the nation more than ever. My wife has to be a nurse. I see what she go through. I got a mother-in-law is a nurse. My youngest son is a nursing major at Howard University, and then I got my brother and nephew are also nurses too. So thank you to all the nurses for all the work, and I mean, you saved the country. You literally saved the country, and so I think I speak for everyone saying thank you. So a part of this my super report, I want to talk about some things that were requested of me during several meetings back. So I will provide a response to previous questions from the public and a couple of board members about attaching emails from members of the public to board meeting agenda items. I will present what our office has discovered in our research, and then recommend that we do not adopt such a practice. First, let me summarize the practice that the city of Santa Monica follows for its council meetings to provide some context. So by a certain date, members of the public can submit an email or letter to the city clerk's office regarding a specific item and an upcoming council meeting agenda. 1 or 2 staff members from the city clerk's office collect those emails and letters and mark them according to whichever agenda items they address. The day before a council meeting, those staff members create PDF packets of the public emails and letters that have been received by the deadline. One day, on the day of the council meeting, those staff members send the PDF packets to a specific email address for another city staff member to attach the PDF packets to the corresponding agenda item. If you notice in that list of tasks, multiple staff members are mentioned. Cities often have several people who assemble agendas, set up for council meetings, take minutes at meetings, and run the logistics of the council meeting. For the city of Santa Monica, the clerk's office is in charge of this. In our district, on the other hand, it is often one or two people who do all of these tasks. And therefore, we do not have the bandwidth to implement the city of Santa Monica's practice of collecting public emails and letters, sorting them by topic, creating PDF packets, and attaching them to the agenda or even to specific agenda items. But we didn't stop there in our research. To determine if other school districts follow a practice similar to the city of Santa Monica in regards to attaching public emails and letters to specific agenda items, we reached out to the executive assistants at several surrounding school districts. They replied that they do not. Our research has revealed that the city of Santa Monica's practice can be found more with city council agendas than with school board agendas. In regards to the issue of transparency, because that's why the request was there, I would like to state that I know our board members read the emails that members of the public send to them in days leading up to the board meeting, because I know it because they often ask me questions about it, and I'm CC'd on them. In your discussions during the open session, you often, I'm talking about the board members, reference points brought up in those emails in order to publicly acknowledge the various viewpoints that have been shared with you on a particular agenda item topic. In pre-COVID days, the public was encouraged to attend meetings to make a public comment, and they often filled the boardroom. Virtual meetings have only served to increase the public's ability to observe and comment on the work of the Board of Education and the district. When we share with other districts that we allow to unmute themselves and turn on their video to make their public comments, they're actually frankly shocked. So transparency of public opinions for items on the agenda and even items not on the agenda is alive and well in SMMUSD, and I just wanted to state that. As a result of these findings, I would argue that implementing a practice similar to that of the city of Santa Monica will be impractical, and frankly, we just do not have the infrastructure of the city of Santa Monica to be able to do something like that. Furthermore, as you know, as we went through the budget mitigation exercise last 2 years ago, we targeted the district office supports a lot, and we have reduced the amount of staff to the district office, and we feel it, particularly in this community, because often everybody comes straight to the district office to accomplish things, to get things done, and so I just think us taking on what the city of Santa Monica does in terms of taking those emails and it being a part of the packet, I just think, just based on it as a superintendent of this place, we don't have that infrastructure and the bandwidth to be able to do something like that. So, hopefully you understand that. Obviously, you can direct me in different ways, but my suggestion is not to go in that direction. So with that said, I think that concludes my superintendent remarks. And if anybody wants me to address something else, I'm sure or provide some clarification, I'm sure you'll ask.
I see Richard with a question for Dr. Drawdy.
Thank you, John. Dr. Drawdy, I really appreciate the time I was able to spend with you last week. And there were a couple of questions I wanted to ask you about some other items that we had talked about. The first is that middle school art and middle school art offerings, particularly at Lincoln Middle School. And this board has heard over the course of many months questions from the public about it. And we had asked that this would be agendized, and you and I spoke, and I believe that you have been able to work something very positive for our students. And I was hoping that you would be able to address that and share that with the full board, or that what you shared with me, and absolutely, so the community could hear that, please.
Absolutely. So in research, and I think at 2 meetings ago, I talked about researching the situation at Lincoln and all the other schools too, in terms of the arts and all that. So I did have a good conversation with the principal and administrator of Lincoln, and I believe we will be able to offer a art section for 6th graders at Lincoln in what they call their wheel. Their wheel. They have a wheel where they have certain electives that allow students to be able to take the course, so specific elective courses. And this is and the idea is to maximize the amount of students who are exposed to the subject area. So had I just say, okay, Lincoln, if I assign an art teacher to you, what would that do to your master schedule? And the response was that it will most likely, first and foremost, draw kids away from the music program that exists there. And the principals are also surveyed. I know some parents are saying that they didn't see the survey, but they actually do have data as to who selected art and all that. So we will offer art in the wheel in the elective wheel that Lincoln has next year. But more importantly, what I want to do, and I think I alluded to this earlier, is quickly in the summertime engage in a more robust conversation just around the master schedules of our secondary schools and how we can and meet the needs and values of what we want to offer. For example, do we indeed want art as a 6th, 7th, 8th grade mandatory course that all students take? And that's the question I want to ask. And if so, how do we do that? And where would that take? Or can we expand the master schedule in invest in the master schedules of the secondary schools and creating an additional period where students can take more elective courses instead of trying to compete and free up courses by going to summer school and doing what's happening in zero period and so on. So that's the conversation I want to have with you. I think there's a pathway forward to address those things, but I think it requires some deep conversations and decisions that we have to make as an education institution about what we value in terms of our course offerings, and then put money behind it and to create those kind of schedules. So that's
Dr. Trotty, can I ask this? So when you say this wheel thing, you mean the exploratory
wheel, yes.
The exploratory wheel, the elective that students have an opportunity. So you're saying that the exploratory wheel for 6th grade for the 21-22 school year at Lincoln will include the visual arts.
Yes. Yes, it will.
And then I understand our board wanted to have this high level policy conversation that you suggested. You're saying it's going to happen, but it's not going to happen until the summer. And so I think that many people were glad to hear that we are going to have that, and that you've determined that this is the best way to reach as many students as possible in the next academic year.
Yeah, we think we can reach probably over 130 something 6th grade students instead of having a section or two that just serves 20 to 30 students and so on. So with this wheel, we're going to expose students to over 130 students based on that calculation that Mrs. Culpepper told me.
And then I have one other question, but before I get to that, there's a clarifying question to what you just mentioned. That so the kind of conversation that we're going to have would be whether or not, when you said a mandatory course, that would be core curriculum, but there's also the span or space for us to have a conversation about making sure that visual arts is an elective, right? And that would go to the heart of what John and the PTA district president said, Gabrielle Cohen, about. So I hear you saying that there's really a deep dive into what the day looks like, what the offerings could be, everything coming. Maria Leon Vasquez and I are both on. This is my second and last question. Thank you, John, for your patience with me. Dr. Trotty, thank you for allowing me to ask you these questions. Maria and I have both asked you as the liaisons to the VAPA DAC about the 10th music teacher that we had heard about earlier in the year. And when I had an opportunity to talk with you, you did say that you're committed to that 10th music teacher for this next academic year. I was hoping you could explain that also for the public, because I know that was something that was asked about.
Let me preface this by saying this here. The reason there's our HR process that we have to adhere to every year, and which is basically aligning staffing to enrollment and so on, which will be a part of our summer conversation around how things look, how we staff our schools, and how we build the master schedules and so on. So, but and every year we have to go through a process in which we calculate how many students we're going to have in the following year. And then in the springtime, we determine how many staff we need. And since we have just like every district in a county in the state really have experienced a declining enrollment because we're in such an expensive city. There needed to be adjustments to our staffing in alignment with our student population. And the reason why that teacher everybody was talking about was put on notice in terms of is because every year we have to put teachers out on temporary, giving them a notice that they may or may not come back the following year. And the reason why that particular situation was on a temporary list is because of that whole declining enrollment. And we have declined for the last 4 or 5 years with about 300-400 students altogether in the district. And we have never downsized on the teacher on the art side. So 2 years ago, we kept those teachers with knowledge that we might be reducing in that area. So that specific position, FTE, was a temporary fix until we resolved that. And because it was temporary, we were obligated to bring it forward. But no decision was made at that time when we actually brought that idea. That's the regular routine thing we do with all temp situations. And so we now have to engage in a conversation over the summertime about how we staff. And so I want to wrap all of that into the conversation we're going to have over the summertime in preparation for the following year. But for the 2021-22 school year, that 10th teacher, we've already determined that 10th teacher is going to be there. And but like I said, we're going to have a conversation around whether we continue that or we do something different. Hopefully that's a long-winded answer, sorry, but I wanted to kind of give context in how that came.
Great. So can we move to the next item then, please? Are we good? Great.
Yep.
Next item is consent. I need to read out 2 things on consent just because some dollar totals were changed on 2 items. They're reflected properly in the agenda, but they were changed today. So I want to read that out on items of consent. On 312, the proper dollar amount is $84,285.02. And for number 14, the proper amount is $349,153.93. Those are the proper numbers. The agenda is correct now. Do I have a motion to accept consent as submitted? By Maria, seconded by Keith. Are there any comments on consent? Yes, Lori.
I guess I don't need to pull the item, but item 316 is the vote on to add 3 new board members to the Santa Monica Facilities DAC. And on behalf of those of us who are the facilities subcommittee of the board, we wanted to just put to the group, the larger group, this appointment of these 3 people will bring us up to 9, which is the number that are supposed to be on the FDAC. But we think that given the importance of the work that the FDAC does and how much is being done with our bond monies, and given the fact that we want to bring more new people in who will be here over the long haul, we want to make sure that if we subsequently add a couple more people, we'll bring the number from 9 up to 11, that is okay with the rest of the board.
I see lots of heads nodding and thumbs up. So if that does present itself, I think just come back to the board, and we all seem to be in favor of that.
Okay.
So thank you for putting that. And we should, once consent, if consent is approved, we should mention these 3 individuals by name and thank them and congratulate them for being appointed. So I have a motion and a second. I'll do a roll call. Craig. Thumbs up. It's Jennifer.
Yes.
Lori,
Yes.
Maria,
Yes.
Keith,
Yeah.
Richard,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. So consent is passed as submitted. And should I read the 3 new members of FDEC? We have Margaret Bach, Julie Waterstone, and Ralph Metcher. I believe that's how that name is pronounced. So to the 3 of you, thank you so much for your service to the district and congratulations. And we look forward to seeing you report to the board in the future. That is consent, which now brings us to general public comments. I think we have 3. Lori, do you want to introduce?
We do. Yes. 3 people have submitted public comments. Wendy Dembo, Kat Blandino, and Lydia Marraro. You'll each have 3 minutes.
Hi, I guess I was told that children who are incoming 6th graders at Lincoln would have the opportunity to take art as a full year elective. A lot of children are not musical, and art is a super fantastic thing. Even in this board meeting that I've been listening to, Dr. Drotti mentioned how at the PBL, the kids were using tools and cutting and making things. And Dr. Bailey spoke about the artistic nature of teaching. My daughter was not able to take art in 7th grade because of this issue that's been going on for at least 6 or 7 years beforehand, where you've known that there is no art for 7th graders. It's something she really has missed. So I'm glad that there's going to be art, but I'm just disappointed that it's taken so long. I used to tell people that I really believed in the Santa Monica schools and that they were on par with private schools, but the fact that children can't take art in 6th or 7th grade is quite problematic. I know quite a few children who are now going to private school. My girls that are in my daughter's grade, 8th graders who are now going to Archer. So you may wonder why you're losing some kids. That could be a reason. Also, I noticed you're very interested in partnering with SMC. Have you thought about using partnering with them on their certificate academy, since those programs probably already exist in some way? And then I was wondering about the assessment test. You said about 24% of the kids did not take the test. I'm sure quite a few of those kids are from families where the parents don't believe in testing, but I was wondering if some of those children were actually kids who have not been engaged with the distance learning, and then would then make the level of distance learning go down because those are the kids that weren't tested and maybe aren't being caught. And also you mentioned being able to take classes for the high school students to be able to take classes at West LA College. It seems that kids should be able to take the classes that are necessary to get them into UC schools at their high school. They shouldn't have to go to SMC. They shouldn't have to go to West LA College. And, you know, as a person in Santa Monica, I have supported the bond measures for SMC. And it's really kind of upsetting that the possibility that my daughter, if she needs to go to SMC, probably won't even be able to get into those classes and will have to go there. You know, that would be like a small joy to actually
The speaker's time is up.
experience what I'm paying for. So it's very.
Thank you, Wendy. Kat Blandino and then Lydia Marraro.
This may be my most favorite board meeting ever. Like the attention upon education and learning loss and upon the students is not lost on me. Thank you, Dr. Mora and Dr. Bailey. Your presentation has taught me a lot and I really appreciate that. I think there's so much disconnect between the level of the school board and the district in terms of trickle down to parents, and this is the crux of the problem, and this is where we need to work out where the break in the chain is. In terms of summer school, I received an email saying your child is enrolled in, would you like a place in summer school because they're failing? I received nothing from their teacher after asking, and that is a break in the chain. That's not okay, and it's so restrictive and not personalized enough that I think that's a huge engagement issue. And why we're seeing those numbers that you presented, which I really appreciate for presenting those numbers. Also, the talk about how with Teacher Appreciation Week, I'd like to share with you what, as a room rep myself and my fellow room reps, what we did for our teachers this week with monogram totes stuffed with bar salts and bar scrubs and coffee mugs, because goodness knows, do our teachers need caffeine and self-care right now? And Starbucks cards and gift cards. And this is what is on the ground right now. And this is the disconnect that is happening, going down. And we talk about respect and respectful communication. There was a real break in respectful communication from the board, from people like Sarah Braff, in speaking to the parents, because you are public elected servants, like you are serving the public. And it is really disrespectful of how we have been spoken to and addressed when we brought up our concerns. I don't want to end on like a negative note because I'm actually so very happy that my kids are thriving, being back in school. But we really need to have, this needs to be, we need to work together. We need to work together. And it is too antagonistic.
Speaker's time is up.
Thank you very much. Lydia Moraro, you're the last speaker.
Hello again. Thank you. I'll say good evening now. I have a little bit more time. And thank you for all your work, as usual. First, I want to say how appreciative I am of all the very encouraging discussions you guys are having about changing the master schedule. You're in the right direction if you're going to be doing that. And as John Keane said, we will not be needing all that summer school if we schedule things right. And that's the secret, and that's the answer. So I hope you get to work on that. As far as the art at Lincoln, honestly, I'm extremely disappointed. I do believe art should be offered as a full-on elective. And, you know, it's my understanding that Dr. Dratty is actually offering additional FTEs of art to Ms. Culpepper. And the idea that it will just be in the elective will, A, it wasn't said for how many weeks. The typical activity in an elective will is 6 weeks. And B, it wasn't said, what are we going to do with the 7th grader? Are they going to also have it in their will? And how many weeks is that going to be? Obviously, it is my desire to see art as a full-on elective at Lincoln, the same way it is at JAMS and at Malibu and at SMASH. Lastly, about the 10th music teacher, I appreciate, Dr. Dratty, that you are making this announcement early enough so that the teachers can plan of how they are going to teach these classes during the coming school year, because it is now that they have to do the schedules. So I'm sure that a new contract can be put forward to this 10th teacher as soon as possible. But I would like to say that even though there is declining enrollment, when you spread that out over 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders, it's only 2-3 kids a class. And those music classes are already plenty of kids in them. So these are teachers that see 220 kids a week. And definitely, I don't think this is the place we should be looking into adjusting our staffing ratio. Lastly, as far as SMC in the summer, we pay a lot of taxes and we supported a lot of bonds to go to SMC. And we shouldn't be told that we have to go to West LA to put our kids in summer school. A, we shouldn't have our kids in summer school. And B, we are paying all this tax and these bonds, and we really want you guys to work it out so that all the kids that want to go to SMC over the summer can go to SMC. Lastly, SMC is, in my opinion and the opinion of many other parents, a strong junior college, and I don't think it really compares to many of the other colleges that are accessible to our students.
The speaker's time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment.
Great, thanks, Lydia, and thank you to the other speakers. Discussion item I2, textbook adoption, middle school science. And thank you for our teachers who have hung with us until 9:39 at night. Dr. Moore, are you going to be presenting this?
Thank you so much, Board President Keene. It's a pleasure for me to introduce Ms. Rosa Serratore, our math and science coordinator, who has been leading this charge with our science teachers. So I will hand it over to her and she will introduce our science teacher lead team, who will be co-presenting this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Mora. Thank you, school board members and Dr. Drotti. Sarah, have you given Tahara the opportunity to share her screen?
Yes, you guys are all co-hosts now.
All right, Tahara, you got us on slide 1 there. So you'll hear my voice for maybe a third of this, and then the rest will be 2 of our 3 department chairs. I can't remember now why Amy couldn't join us tonight, but good hands. So this is our integrated middle school math textbook adoption. It's been a long journey. If we look at the second slide, you'll see what I mean by that. You first heard from a team of teachers in spring of 2019 that the middle school was 2018-19. The middle school wanted to go the integrated route for grades 6, 7, and 8, and that was the recommended preferred way to conduct science at the middle school level according to our California science framework. So you see that we've been, since the framework was adopted, awareness days and weeks, teachers coming together and collaborating and really looking and seeing how do we make this now an integrated approach, because in science, there's a lot of, if it's not integrated, it's discipline specific, and the teachers in science they focus. It's not like math or in English, they can teach any of the grade levels. It's specific to physical, life, or chemical sciences. So that was the route that our middle school teachers wanted to go, which we're happy that is the way we're going. Everybody has been involved. When you see the lesson study group, we used all of our middle schools, including SMASH, to conduct lessons and seeing what does it mean to be NGSS aligned, Next Generation Science aligned. So the next slide shows all these books. In all of my years of textbook adoptions, they have really combed through pretty much all the offerings minus 1 or 2. And before COVID, there was intense review of Amplify and Discovery. And then COVID hit and we said, well, we're gonna put a pause on this, but let's see what else is out there as we're doing this. And then when fall came around, we had some teachers switching classes, grades, or there were long-term subs or teachers who took a leave. But the constant in all of this has been the lead teachers, including these 2 department chairs that are with us across the grades and across the schools, that kept this search for the best textbook option, and they did a great job. I can't thank them enough. If you look at the next slide, we didn't just do this by ourselves. There is a toolkit that is provided by the state of California and our county offices. So on the left side, you see what it is that we look to see that the programs had. And then the toolkit also asks us to pick parameters based on what our SMMUSD lens is. So you see inquiry-based, universal access, you see project, we wanted to have some project-based learning in here, that the digital tools were compatible with the Google Suite. If anything, COVID definitely told us we need to be ready. The next slide lets you know all of the lead teachers that kept us afloat this last year. We met on Tuesdays, they met over the summer. Some of our teachers and the two leads here are definitely continuing their learning and their growth to guide their departments by being part of the UCLA Science Project, UCI Project. They do Saturday rooms. I mean, we are in really good hands with this team. And again, all the department members were kept abreast of this and had a say the full step of the way. And so with that, I want to introduce to you Tahera Kapasi, who is the department chair at John Adams Middle School, guiding her department and guiding this process really, really well and strongly. Mariana O'Brien, the department chair and 8th grade teacher at Lincoln Middle School, and Amy Gallipo, I don't think is with us tonight, but she definitely came with us at the Teaching and Learning Council, which was last week, and we presented this to that council, and we got the eyes and ears of that group of teachers. So Tahera, tell them why we want to recommend the book we're recommending.
Thank you so much, Rosa. So as Rosa said, it's been a very long journey, and after looking and piloting all those textbooks, we came to consensus that we believe that Amplify Science textbook would best meet our students' need in their district. Some of the big reasons why we think Amplify will meet our needs. Number one is the inquiry-based lessons that it has with really engaging phenomena. Part of the shift to NGSS has been switching from being able to just recall facts for science to really using those 4 C's that Dr. Moore had mentioned earlier, right? A lot of the collaboration, the communication, the critical thinking, trying to explain why something's happening. And Amplify gives us a really strong backbone to work with. It's got built-in of the deep conceptual understanding for exploring these processes. It aligns really well with our Common Core standards. It's got clear use of claims, evidence, and reasoning with writing support. It's got some internship simulations, which I'll show you examples of in a little bit. And it definitely has multiple forms of differentiation and different assessments to help us meet our students' needs while we're teaching to avoid needing more support on the back end. And to give you an example of what it looks like in the classroom, I'm actually going to pass it to Mariana O'Brien, our department chair from Lincoln Middle School.
Good evening, board members. So these are just some simple materials that students use to build models for an idea they have. In this particular one, we started off with harnessing energy, and energy is an idea that transcends both quantum and classical mechanics. So it's a really good starting point for students. Can you go to the next slide, Sarah? So here are some examples of what students were using those materials for. They were using them to model a renewable energy source if it was going to be a rescue mission in the dark. Say after an earthquake or some other, natural disaster. These are just some examples of the posters they had to make. And I only had the pieces in the previous slide because I disassembled everything so I could use them, for the next classes. But today I happened to be going through my cupboards and I found some examples of actual things I kept in place for other models. But these ones are like, a chewing gum that generates a current. But here's one that shows like a supercharged shoe. And if you look inside, there's just simple ideas here. They used a penny to model the battery, and this is the generator, this clip here. And these are the springs that someone would be standing on to make their generator. There's also, they had to make an ad. Here's the ad for this watch. And here's their model for a little watch that they had made. There was also a shirt they came up with. This is like a little, I don't know if you can see it, a little shirt there that would have the generator and the collector on the back. But I just wanted to share these with you to show that this curriculum allows students to do the engineering because they have to identify the criteria, not just the constraints for their designs. Here, we really like this curriculum for the supports for language development. And as Tahira mentioned, supporting the Common Core for English language development is important for all students. The support you see here are those sentence strips. And we've come up with those key concepts after several lessons. And there's about, for this particular lesson, there was about 6 of them. And students could choose, because we made them little strips and cut them up, they could choose which ones they would felt comfortable saying why this concept helps support their claim for this type of technology that they designed. This allows them to talk about their ideas before they focus on the writing. And as they're talking, they're constructing knowledge. In addition to this, as the writing component, there is an evidence gradient where they have to weigh the value of evidence, because in science, not everybody's opinion is the same. It's the opinion with the most data that supports the claim that matters. And this really helps them get to talk, and talking helps them learn language and helps them to think. I think that's good.
Thank you so much, Mariana, for those examples from the classroom. So to highlight some of the other things Amplify Science has, it's got the flexible blended program that I had mentioned earlier. It's rooted in research from the Lawrence Hall of Science. So when we hopefully adopt this textbook, then we're looking forward to having Lawrence Hall of Science volunteers come out and help train our teachers in best practices. And it really allows the students to take on the role of a science or engineer for real world problems. And again, I'll show you some examples in a second. It's framed with universal design for learning in mind. So it's got multiple points of entry for students with lots of different modalities of learning. And again, we like this because it reduces the need for intervention on the back end, because it considers all the learner's needs on the front end. And it is set up to allow students to construct and deepen their understanding of a concept over time as they explore and look at more evidence.
Tahira, can I add something there?
Sure.
So that, especially for this part for assessment, there are questions in the curriculum that are called critical juncture questions. And we really like them because they get to the heart of the concept. And depending on which of the choices the students choose, we can see where they're stuck on the concept, and the curriculum provides supports for those. There's usually 3 different levels that help us to, like Tahira said, address the issue now in a formative assessment before we move on to the next part.
So an example from 7th grade, an ecosystem unit. This was a computer simulation that students ran in my class, and it's got little imaginary animals, the weevils and things like that, which run around, and the kids can see them eat, and then they magically reproduce, and there's 2 of them. And the kids love just watching this simulation. But it also comes with data that comes with what's going on in the computer simulation. So it, over time, over the unit, has them look at the simulation. It starts with just one population, and then it builds and builds, and analyzing the graph and seeing about, looking at what could happen if you change one area of the ecosystem, what could happen if a resource disappears. So really allowing them to deeply consider the information, not just memorize, the way at least I was taught when I was in school. Another example is an example of an engineering internship for 6th grade. The students have to create health bars for disaster relief. So again, really considering how to apply the information in an engineering way, using those 4 C's: collaboration, communication, critical thinking. When you look at how Amplify sets up these for the teachers, it creates a shared workspace that allows the teacher to create engineering groups and allows the students to talk with each other and share their ideas within their platform. And it also lets teachers monitor if they get stuck in a process, or help give ideas on specific ways. Some of the other strategies that are embedded in the Amplify unit, it has a lot of talking to peers. It has different lessons that allow the students to track their peer statements during discussions as lab goes on to build to a final product. It also has something called science seminars, which really allows the students to create a whole class discussion around some of these concepts. It's got support such as short explanatory videos. It really looks at that inquiry lens, so students conduct investigations and use computer simulations to construct the knowledge. And again, it really supports our Common Core standards with active reading supports, the writing support, which is a reasoning tool that allows them to weigh evidence that they might be coming up with or seeing, and evaluate that evidence the way Mariana stated on an evidence gradient to help them build toward a final writing piece. So for those and many more reasons, we are recommending that we approve and adopt the Amplify Science textbook series. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And if I could have the screen back, I could see everybody. There we go. And just see if there's any questions or comments. Or Jennifer, questions, comments, or Jennifer?
Hi, thank you so much. Thank you for all your work in bringing this to us. And so I know that at Santa Monica High School, there's a new science pathway, physics first. I don't know if that's the same that's happening at Malibu High School. I'd like to know that if somebody knows that, if we're changing both at the same time, and if you considered that and how you think it integrates the middle school into the high school programming.
I can answer that. Malibu is not at this point in time pivoting to 9th grade physics. Right now, they didn't have the capacity to do it. It might come later. And as for the physics in 9th grade, we are getting some collaboration and some articulation with our 8th grade science class and the physics in 9th grade. They are distinct standards. However, in the 8th grade, there are some physical and physics in there, as Mariana's nodding. So we want to make sure that the 9th grade builds on it. It's not a repeat of it, because physics of the universe is not an 8th grade science NGSS standards. It's its own standards.
And also, because it's integrated, these concepts are actually in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. A really super important one is heat transfer. That one is in 7th grade, and it's extremely important. And so that one's mentioned. There's every single year they get physical science and physics. And this year, it's the laws of motion, light, and not really, we actually don't focus on visible light. We actually focus on all the light, all the spectrum that you can't see, because that's what we use for technology.
And that wouldn't be what physics of the universe is about, but it builds on it.
Absolutely. Right. And for 8th grade, we don't actually talk about the laws of motions. We really focus on the concept, because students have lived with the laws of motion their entire life. They know these laws. We help them analyze what's actually happening, because the 3rd law is the most challenging one for students. And so when we talk about what's actually happening, it takes time for their brain to go, oh, that makes sense. And so we teach, the curriculum doesn't say this is the 1st law, but we know it is. And so when they go next year, they're going to learn laws of motions, or they're going to learn all the formulas that support them. And so they'll be ready conceptually. It's always concept before all the vocabulary and equations.
Very good. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I only know I have kids at SEMO, so I know that they're changing that. Thank you for that info about Malibu.
Maybe I'll just say that what Mrs. O'Brien and is saying is so essential here in terms of the transition from middle school to high school, and why physics first. I'm a huge believer in that, because I was a biochem major, so they are inherently going to be things that when I was teaching chemistry that I couldn't really fully explain, because my students did not have the physics background, right? And then you go from physics to chemistry, and there are things in chemistry and there are things in biology that you can certainly go try to explain biology, but there's concepts of chemistry and physics that need to be understood before biology fully makes sense. So this alignment from going to integrated to physics first, and then from there is huge. It's huge. So
I just want to give my input. I think it is genius to have physics in ninth grade, because before in the previous standards, I always harped on physics because I knew that most kids wouldn't take it. But if they just knew how awesome it is, they might. So I think it's brilliant and I'm ecstatic. Thank you.
If I can add 2 cents to that, and it's wonderful to hear you speak about how brilliant physics is in ninth grade, because physics is in every grade. And you're right, kids experience it, but they may not know the concepts. And I also wanted to say, again, thank you for your passion and everyone's professionalism and taking the time to really review how this next generation science activity was going to be formulated. It really, again, speaks to the concepts as you described, integrative, interdisciplinary, and how that is really transforming learning experiences when it is transdisciplinary and interdisciplinary in that way. And it's funny when you brought up Newton's third law. It reminded me of my time when I was teaching and when I was coaching. I was a high performance tennis coach. And this goes back to context and the nature of integrative learning and teaching, is that I talked about mathematics and geometry and physics to my high performance tennis students all the time, because that's what happens on a tennis court. And as a matter of fact, in terms of Newton's third law, the law that law is related to the Magnus effect and how air travels, and that's the reason why objects have updraft and downdraft and why topspin occurs. And so when I was able to share that with some of these student athletes, suddenly it popped into their head. There was huge context, and many of those students at the end of the year, they actually said, "Hey, Coach Keith, thanks. I'm going to take physics next year." So as we continue to move along, we can really see, and there's a lot of sports science. I did a lot of work with USTA about STEM and science and STEM and tennis. And so there's some other things that perhaps as we continue to move forward, we can bring in sports and all of the physics and mathematics and geometry that's inside of sports, so that we can grab some other students that may not see that, may not feel that, may not be motivated to explore that. And so I think that we're really on a good path here, and let's keep on moving forward in that way.
All right.
Very good.
Great. I was going to say, when I was a tennis coach, I just did most geometry stuff with angles and hypotenuse. Keith is way ahead of me as a coach, I got to tell you.
I just want to say that when I played tennis, if someone would have introduced me to physics then, I might be much more of a learned in the hard sciences. So thank you for that.
It's like we always talk about reaching kids where they are. We have a lot of kids that are super excited about basketball or football or lacrosse or whatever, and let's bring it to the classroom. And I just want to say, just for this, and then I guess we can move on. I know Mariana from years ago, and it's great seeing stuff that was first introduced 8-10 years ago this far along. I mean, the idea of not just the project-based learning, but the integration of the student engagement and the writing, the scientific writing as a component of that class. It's really wonderful with a little sense of time to see how this all pieces together. So thank you all so much for bringing this and for what you're bringing to the classroom. Do we have a motion to accept this? I see moved by Maria, seconded
It's a
by
discussion item, so I don't even know what that.
is it discussion? Oh, we're not at major yet. I'm so sorry. Then go teach.
We'll take the acceptance though.
Yeah, we have. I mean,
We'll
I guess
take
just
it,
so
we'll
we can
take
say
it.
yes enthusiastically.
Everybody give them a thumbs up.
Yes. And I want to let the board know the science departments have really, really worked hard for a long time now in all of this NGSS, because it has been a shift in instruction and they have done a dynamite job. Dynamite.
All right. Thank you, science crew. You can go to bed. All right, thanks so much. And we're going to move on to major action item J2, adopt resolution number 2037, which is the 2021-22 measure our parcel tax with CPIU adjusted rate. It represents a 1% increase onto the Measure R parcel. This is what we had our public hearing earlier. Melody, are we presenting anything, or we're just really just saying this is just the acceptance of the 1% increase per parcel? It's about a $4 increase. Is there a motion? Yeah, moved by Lori, seconded by Maria. Any discussion or questions? Okay, then we'll do a roll call. Craig? Thumbs up. Lori?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so that passes. Brings us to major action item J4. I will speak slowly, so
Got it.
Lori can pull this up.
I'm ready.
Great, thanks. If you could read the Asian Pacific American Heritage Month.
Yes. Be it resolved that during Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District joins with all Americans in celebrating this rich and diverse culture, and encourages all members of our community to recognize the important role of Asians and Pacific Americans in creating and building this great nation. Be it further resolved that appropriate lessons and units of study about the contributions of Asians and Pacific Americans take place in our schools, not only during this month, but throughout the school year.
Terrific. Do I have a motion? Moved by Jennifer, seconded by Craig. Any discussion or comments? So I'll take a roll call. Craig? Thumbs up. Lori?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Wonderful. Lori, could you read the next resolution, 2039, California Day of the Teacher?
Yes. Be it resolved that the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District Board of Education does hereby urge the community to recognize Wednesday, May 12th, 2021 as California Day of the Teacher by taking time to remember and honor those who give the gift of knowledge through teaching.
Wonderful. Moved by, I see Lori, seconded by Maria. Do a roll call. Richard?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Craig? Thumbs up, and I am a yes. Thank you. This next item is to approve a request for a county district school, a CDS code for Lincoln Preschool. Dr. Moore, did you want to say anything on this? Great, thanks so much.
No, of course. Thank you so much, President Keene and board members. So this evening, we are seeking the approval of a request for a county district school CDS code. The reason being that now that in the past few years, CalPADS, which is the California Longitudinal Pupil Achievement Data System, has been creating a lot of changes and updates. And one of the pieces that this this required for us to be able to properly report information that has to do with demographics, courses, discipline assessments, staff assignments. We needed to make sure that all of our students in our special day preschool that are currently participating in the educational program at Lincoln Preschool had their own CDS code. And at this point, they do not. So our Lincoln Preschool does not have a CDS code attached to that. So in order to clarify and make sure that the reporting is done appropriately, we are just requesting to be able to provide that submission so that they are coded correctly to that particular site.
Okay, I'm not muted anymore. Anybody have any questions for, well, I'll take a motion. Lori, was that a motion?
Yeah, that was a motion.
Moved by Lori, seconded by Craig. Any questions or comments for Dr. Mora? For something that is very, just to help us do a better job of accounting and following students. Great, wonderful. Then we'll do a roll call. Craig. Maria. Thumbs up. Richard.
Yes.
Keith.
Yes.
Oh, the screen just shifted. Jennifer.
Yes.
Who am I forgetting? Lori.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Is that everyone? Steve Massetti joined the screen and everything moved.
Did you say Keith? I don't remember.
Keith, did I call you? Yeah, Keith gave a thumbs up, I think. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, oh, I'm on thin ice. Terrific. Our last item, major action items, is Amendment 5 to Agreement Santa Monica High School Discovery Building Project leaseback. I assume Steve Massetti joined our Zoom frame to present this item.
Thank you. Yes, and
Yeah.
my apologies for shifting your screen. Sounds like I'm the one on thin ice. So I will try to go through this quickly. It's a significant change order, and I know you saw the agenda. It's a very long board item. So I'm not going to go into detail on this because I'm well aware that you all can read it, but I do want to explain a few things. Just right off the bat, this change order is not the last. There will be another change order similar in size to this one. These two change orders will bring the project over budget. So we have had changes to this project in the past, and they have been funded by our project contingency. These changes will bring the overall budget beyond our project contingency. It will not bring us beyond our Samuel High allocation of Measure ES. So within the Samuel High allocation, there is still a kind of a program contingency, we call it. And these will be funded out of that. So it won't dip into Measure SMS. It won't dip into other ES projects, but it is above our originally established budget. So with that out of the way, this is a $5,038,391 change. It incorporates a lot of things. There are really 5 main categories of the changes we've had on these projects. I'm going to briefly go through them and describe what they are. And then at that point, I think it's probably, that's where your questions would come in. So the first category of change is additions to the project that aren't actually related to the Discovery Building. So many of these, in fact, I think all of these are things that we would have had to do at some point. But with the absence of students on campus the last year, it made sense to get out ahead of some of these. So the things I'm talking about are, we did a bunch of utility work in the, what was formerly known as the Science Quad. We redid the stairs in the front of Barnum Hall, that going from the lower level of Barnum Hall up to admin. Now those were, and several others. I mean, moving some emergency supply tents and things like that. These are things that we were going to have to do at some point. And they would have been funded by the Phase 3 project. But it made sense to do them now because, as you can imagine, tearing up the Science Quad, or really maybe more dramatically, tearing up the area in front of Barnum is really disruptive to the campus. But since there were no children there, it was not disruptive to school operations. So we've moved those into this project, but they will be funded. This is $576,000 of this change order, but overall it's about $2 million worth of work that will be funded by Measure SMS, because it's really the work that is being done for future projects, primarily the Exploration Building. The next part is owner initiated changes. So the next category, I guess, is owner initiated changes. Now, these were things that we've added to the project with good reason. So some of them are things like electric vehicle charging stations. We added an intrusion alarm system that it was a standard that didn't exist when we bid this project. It has since been a standard we've undertaken in our project. So we've added it to this project. We've increased wireless access points outside after doing what they call a heat study. Once the structure was up, we recognized that there are some areas that would be dark spots for Wi-Fi. So we've added some wireless access points, and then other various changes. Now to date, those changes are about 1.1 million. Within this particular change order, it's 899, well, let's say $900,000 worth of changes. Next category is unforeseen conditions. We're getting to the point in the project where we shouldn't have many more unforeseen conditions. In fact, I think we will not have any more. So the next change, if it has any, it'll be very minor. But we did have some in this change order, and although they were unforeseen when the project began, they're elements of work that we did know was coming mid-project, because it was, for example, utilities that ran underneath our construction trailers. Once we recognized those utilities outside the limits of the construction trailers, and it was like water pipes that were, it's called transite, which is an asbestos containing material. Anyway, once we recognized that they were outside, we knew we'd have to take it out from below the trailers, but until the trailers moved, of course we couldn't do that. So this is for the completion of that work. And a lot of the unforeseens on this project, this was an empty site, right? We had already demolished the old science and tech buildings. So our unforeseens were primarily things that are underground. Because Michigan and 6th Street were both previously city streets, they were also both significant utility corridors. And when agencies, I mean, not just the city of Santa Monica, but almost all public agencies, when you abandon a street, you typically also abandon the utilities in place. Now, some of those utilities are still operational and run underneath our school, but for any utilities that were abandoned, they're left in place. And then the next project that comes along, which happened to be the Discovery Building, is responsible for getting rid of those. So we've gotten rid of all of those. The next category, the fourth category we have, is schedule improvement. It's been a significant goal of the project and of our department to make up time where we could, or preserve the schedule. Once we started construction on this and we committed to opening in fall of 21, we've done everything we could to keep the schedule. There have been delays. I mean, without a doubt, we've had some issues that, COVID did delay us. Now, it didn't necessarily delay it didn't stop most of our crews from working, but it delayed, for example, the manufacture and delivery of the flooring system. And without the flooring system in place, or at least the structure of the flooring system in place, there was a significant amount of work that could not go forward. So we have taken advantage of schedule improvements where we could, and frankly, it's worked. I mean, we've spent a not significant amount of money on schedule improvements, $265,000. Some of that's paying overtime. Some of it's paying things like shipping by truck instead of train. Believe it or not, that was faster in this case because they were able to get this happens to be the same flooring issue. They were able to get the flooring here in groups, so that, in other words, in chunks, so that we could keep the crews working. And one of the elements of this that we've recently incorporated, about $100,000 of this, is when we are planning on having this project done on June 30th. That's a substantial completion date. By that I mean the contractor will be offsite, we'll be complete with the building. We can start moving stuff in. But there's less than that now. There's probably 7 weekends between now and June 30th. When we entered into this agreement with McCarthy, we've agreed to pay critical path crews. In other words, crews that are working on critical path items that if they are delayed a day, it will result in a delayed day of completion of the overall project. We've agreed to pay them to work Saturdays but to basically buy 10 days of insurance. So if there are delays that come in the next 10 weeks, we will have bought that time. It's not an insignificant amount. It's $100,000 of this, but considering the size of the project and the impact of not being able to get into the building so that we can put all the furniture and everything else in so students can be there in August, we feel like it's well worth it. The next item, and kind of the bigger chunk of this, the next category rather, is design changes. A lot of these, although they did not result in delays to the project, they are resultant from COVID-19 impacts. Our architects and engineers, many of their offices closed down. They were following guidelines and not coming to the site unless it was absolutely required. There's a downside to that, which is, you know, I think we've all seen that there is utility to Zoom meetings, and you can do a lot of things by email and phone call, but on a construction project, there's really no replacement for being on site. So we've had some impacts to some of the elements of work because of people working from home and not being on site as much. Now these impacts actually occurred months ago, but we're just now at the point of having been able to finalize the costs on these. The stairs in particular, the structural steel system, and this is a moment frame system, but it's a proprietary system. And the reason, you may recall this, the reason that we selected this proprietary system was because it went together quickly. And in fairness, it probably saved multiple weeks in the schedule, 6-8 weeks in the schedule by having this proprietary steel moment frame system. It goes together almost like an erector set. And if you happen to have been out there when it went together, it was actually really cool to see. However, one of the issues is that you cannot attach miscellaneous steel to a proprietary steel system the way you could to a typical moment frame system. And so although there was a significant time savings, there has been a cost, and some of the coordination that needed to happen for stair connections in particular was also then impacted by the engineers not being able to come to site that I mentioned earlier. And that's resulted in some additional costs, which is a big chunk of this 2.7 million number. But we've also taken that as a lesson. And so on the Exploration Building and the Gold Gym, our next projects, frankly, as well as the Malibu High School project that we reviewed last week, we are not using a proprietary moment frame system. The Exploration Building will be a steel moment frame system, but not this proprietary system. So we're eliminating that risk and that uncertainty. It will take a little bit longer to put up, but in this case, that's not as detrimental as it would have been on the Discovery Building. So that's a change that we've made. There are some mechanical changes we've had to make related to design issues, and they're primarily related to conflicts. And by that, I mean, when you have a mechanical system that conflicts with, say, the plumbing system, or more likely the structural system. And I mean, physically conflicts. You got a duct that runs into a beam. We don't have a lot of that, but it does happen. And what we've done to prevent, so again, this is one where I hesitate to call it a lesson learned, but a change in practice that we've made is we are bringing our contractors in on these big jobs a lot earlier than we used to. So, we've already hired McCarthy to build the Exploration Building about a year earlier than we hired them to build the Discovery Building. We've hired CW Driver now to build the Malibu High School building, again, about a year earlier than we hired McCarthy on Discovery. What that does is it allows the contractor now, during the planning and design phase, to sit down with the architect and run those clash detection systems to work with them on the schedule and eventually on value engineering when that becomes necessary. And so again, I think some of these things are costs that we will avoid on future projects. One, because we're not going with the proprietary system, but two, because our contractors are involved much earlier now, and we'll be resolving these issues now during the design phase rather than while we're in construction. So again, that's about $2.7 million of this change. Of this change order. The project is about 90% complete, maybe a little bit above that now. As I mentioned before, our original contingency was 8.9 million, and we were getting pretty short on that contingency prior to this change. This change will clearly put us well over that. And we will be back in probably a month and a half or 2 months with what we hope will be the final change order. And it should be somewhere in the same ballpark. I think a little less than this change order, but not half, not significantly so. So with this change order, we'll be about 2.7% over our original budget, and I would expect the next one to kick us up again, a smaller but similar amount. So again, our recommendation is that the board approve amendment number 5 to the leaseback agreement, and that would bring the total contract amount to $149,784,329. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Board member comments, questions, clarifying. And I'll just say, Steve, I know that you'd rather be here presenting different news that we're under by 5 instead of over. I think the information you shared and the things that we've learned on this project are important. I mean, it still is not the news we want to hear. And I guess my question to you guys would be, I understand the stuff that you brought up. Are there things looking back from an initial design perspective that you think could have prevented some of this, or at a certain point, this is a massive undertaking, and some overages are going to happen. But looking back to the beginning, you said we're bringing the contractor in a year early to avoid some of these things. Are there other items that you think we will be learning from that perspective, from the early design perspective?
I think so. I mean, I think, and by the way, it wasn't like we needed to learn that the contractor should come in earlier. It's just the way it worked out last time, we weren't able to do that. So, but I think we have recognized that that proprietary steel system, it's a good system, and I don't mean to sound like I'm criticizing it, but it, again, although it saved us time, it introduced some complexities and some risks that that may have been worth it on that project, but going forward, unless we have a significant time impact, I mean, this, not making it in August would have been significant. Not being able to open this coming August would have been significant. We would, a mid-year opening is tough on a building that is this size. It's not that hard on a 2 or 3 classroom project, but on a project like this, it would have been significant. So again, I don't know that was the wrong choice, but I do think that it was it's a decision that resulted in introducing additional risk and additional complexity. I think, again, there are some things like the underfloor system that we have. I mean, that system it's an 18-inch raised floor. Everything's underground. So all of the utilities, there's piping for air conditioning and everything else under there. That has potentially also introduced some it has introduced some complexity, but the trade-off is it's also a very adaptable building. So we've talked before about how, if at some point the district determines that it would be appropriate to, relocate walls and make 3 classrooms into 2, or vice versa, 2 now into 3 smaller classrooms, which, by the way, we did. So, and I think, so I want to say that did add some complexity, but I will tell you, one of the elements of this change that I think I didn't mention is when the district determined that we would move Project Lead the Way from Discovery into the Exploration building, it left us with 2 significantly oversized classrooms. And because for Project Lead the Way, we need big rooms. But for standard classrooms, we need slightly less big rooms. So we were able to take 2 of the Project Lead the Way spaces and a very small amount of common space and reorganize that into 3 classrooms. Now, it was done during construction, so it was much easier than doing it later. But the fact that the building was built so flexibly allowed us to do that. So again, it's a trade-off. This is a case where we, much quicker than we expected to, we were able to utilize the flexibility of this building to adapt from 2 great big spaces to 3 really good classroom spaces. But again, that part of a trade-off, I guess, of the flexibility is the additional complexity that came with that system. Does that make sense?
It does, because I guess then the hope is that down the road, anything that might come our way, the floor system gives us easier access to anything that might come up with, because we were able to do a tour of this. I mean, it's fascinating the way it's put together, and it should pay off down the road.
Absolutely.
Except we're front loading that payment right now, to go into that later. So it does make sense. I mean, it does make absolute sense. Any other questions or comments for Steve or Carrie from?
Yeah, I'll have a
Oh,
quick
Craig, sorry, Craig had
Oh,
his hand up. Craig, just before you got in, Craig, then Keith.
Yeah, a couple of things. To your question, my observation, starting with the Edison solar chimneys, is sort of complexity, cutting edge, not our friend. What we as a school district need to stay within, well off the bleeding edge in straight up conservative building things. When we get ourselves into artistic embellishments, we get ourselves into fancier things, it seems to not work out as well as we'd want. And that doesn't mean we have to build a bunch of square concrete boxes. But my strong suggestion, and Steve and I have had a number of conversations about this, is let's, stick to our knitting, build beautiful spaces, but build them in a way that's well established and well known to reduce that sort of surprise factor. And I think that's an important lesson going forward. They have, what is it, cost engineering or whatever the term of art is for when you make a project, value engineering, where you cut money out of a project because you don't have enough. And that typically happens very late. I think it's really important that we have as part of the process what in this project's going to bite us in the butt because it's just a little too. And I really would recommend, and I think we are learning that lesson in the current projects, but I think that's really important. And then the other thing I would note is a decent chunk of this particular overage is not actually an overage. It's work that was accelerated and was never intended to be part of this project. So that's really just money that would have been spent later that's spent now, arguably saving the escalation on that because it would have cost more later, but that's not really the point. But I think that's really important for any time we go, wouldn't it be cool if we got to really talk about whether that's going to be worth it in the long run. And as a school district, are we supposed to be doing that? Thanks.
Thanks, Craig. Keith?
Yeah, thanks for that, Craig. I actually, my sentiments about being conservative are similar to Craig in that vein. But having done a lot of, been in and around a lot of public works projects, more on the city side and dealing with bureaus of engineering and et cetera, and recognizing how change orders can occur. When change orders are happening, perhaps on a more standardized construction project, I think that's a bit more challenging when that does happen. But in this particular case, in listening to how Mr. Massetti was describing the nature of the flexibility of the building and the structure, allowing for future agility and to be nimble, to move that structure for future educational needs. I see that as a win-win for future students and future educators moving forward. That said, I'm fiscally conservative myself, so it's not as though I'm interested in creating some beautiful structures and just in that way. But I think we want to continue to be mindful of having facilities that continue to move us forward in the 21st century. So conservatism with innovation, I think, is a prime mover concept for us to continue to look at.
Thanks, Keith. Anybody else? Lori?
Just
And then
brief-
Maria?
I think just briefly, I want to say you've all put it really well in your questions and your concerns. I mean, nobody looks forward to having to spend more money in their personal life, let alone when you're a public official, so than you had planned. But Steve, I think your explanations are detailed and make sense, and I can only echo what I think John and Craig and Keith are saying, which is, and I know you will do this because I know this is how you conduct yourselves. Try to learn from these experiences so we don't repeat them, or so we repeat as few of them as possible, because some overages are inevitable, and some of the things you described are not something we could have controlled, but other things. I mean, we need to control the expenditures, obviously, as much as we can in the future. And I like Keith's conservatism with innovation, kind of as a mantra. So anyway, thank you for everything you do, because I know that it doesn't feel good for you to have to come here and ask us to approve these expenditures either, because I know how hard you work to keep the costs down and to do a good job. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Maria?
Yeah, well, it's kind of hard to take, but I just had the same comment. In fact, Craig, you took the same sentiment in terms of the issues we had at Edison, and now this with these creative kind of buildings that we want to build. I mean, we want to be LEED certified, and we're looking for cutting edge buildings. However, I don't know whether, maybe one of the questions I wanted to ask you, Steve, was it that our architects always come up with these great drawings, they look fantastic all the time, but from the architects into the construction companies, so the construction companies, in a sense, are we making a good match so that they understand, so they're able to execute the architect's drawings? I mean, I don't know. I mean, it seems like they have that concept, but once they get started, it's something. There's always some little glitch, like the system, the air conditioning system at Edison. That, I mean, it was they even got an award, I think, for the great idea, the architects, but the execution then of that piece, kind of fell through. So I don't know. I mean, could that have been in this piece?
I mean, I think it's a fair question. But I will say that the contractors we have working for us now, and I'm talking about on big projects like this. So McCarthy, and then we'll have Driver at CW Driver at Malibu, and then Bernard's on the Jams Auditorium. But even reaching back to Swinnerton, which was the company that did Edison, these are high quality companies. I mean, really top tier contractors. But that it doesn't take away from your point of, if we're talking about things, or your and Craig's point, I think, of talking about things that are, if it's on the bleeding edge of innovation, maybe we don't need to be the guinea pigs. Now, this proprietary moment frame system that I mentioned, it's not bleeding edge. It just introduces complexity. So, but I think it falls under the same category of, okay, but it still introduced those risks. So I mean, I hear you. I believe I'm hearing what you're saying on that. Now at Edison, it was a different story. That was really a cutting edge type installation, with the solar chimneys. And you're right, it didn't work. And I think you're right that the architects did receive a design award for it. I don't think anybody received an execution award for that because it did not work. So anyway, we are, I think that the contractors we have, and again, I'm speaking really about our big projects. I think contractors we have working on those, we're in really good shape. They're top-notch contractors. Now on some of our smaller projects where it's a low bid award, we're at the mercy of the market at that point, and whoever gets the low bid is going to get the project. So there could be issues there, but for these projects, I don't think the issue is the contractor, or really it would be their subcontractors, but it's the same concept applies. I don't really think the issue there is the selection of the contractor or the subs. But I do hear your point about, the types of systems that are being designed and implemented, and it'll remain a focus for us going forward.
Yeah, because it's one of those things, I mean, we're not like a private institution, we're public. So I guess it maybe in the future, we kind of have to look in terms of what we would want to see, and maybe be a little bit, I hate to use the word conservative because I hate that word. I would never want us to, but oh well, if we have to be that way, and because you see the history building that kind of looks ugly. I'll say that, and something that could be great, in building. I mean, it's wonderful. I would say, yeah, let's do it. But I guess we just have to proceed with a little bit more caution. I guess as we move forward with some of our ideas of how we would want to see Samuel High develop. So, thank you for explanations. I mean, it makes sense. All those your explanations were great explanations. So,
thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Steve/Carrie? Anybody else? Okay, I'm sorry for asking this, but did I take a motion already for this? I don't think I did either. Is there a motion moved by Craig, seconded by Keith? I'll do a roll call. No one add to the screen. Richard?
Yes.
Craig? Thumbs up. Keith?
Yes.
Maria?
yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so that is moved. There are 3 information items. If anybody wants to look at that, it's all about supplementary instructional materials at Lincoln. Board member items, Dr. Drotti, the one thing we didn't talk about during the SUP report, and I forgot to bring it up, is support for senior activities, specifically prom at our high schools. I know you said you were going to try to find some money, unallocated monies within existing budgets.
Yes.
To try to help.
Yes. I totally forgot to bring that up when you when I finished the super report. So I know that, and I'm glad that our high school principals are really working towards sending off our seniors and honoring them before they leave. And we have graduation activities being planned. We also have prom, I believe. Proms are also being planned as well between the 2 high schools, and they're organized by parent groups and things like that. But there is a charge. Normally, when you go to prom, you charge the families a fee to attend prom. But a lot of times you would spend a year trying to create opportunities for fundraising and to take the cost down and all that. So because of that, because this came around pretty fast, that time to fundraise and things like that is we weren't able to do. So I would like to, the 2 principals are going to let me know which families would probably struggle with some support with being able to go to prom. So I want to be able to honor that. So they're giving me some numbers of what they would need, and I would love to support the principals with that effort.
Okay, because what I'm saying is, there's parents who've already put together some fundraising links just at SAMO.
Yeah.
If, depending on what happens in the next week or so, working with principals, I think in light of everything that's happened, we need to support our seniors at SAMO, at Malibu, at Olympic.
Yeah.
And if we don't have anything concrete in the next week, I will move to put something on the agenda for May 20th. But hopefully, working with principals, we can figure that out. Jennifer?
Well, I was just going to say, because being one of the co-chairs of grad night, we are working with the high school staff as well, and I think we're going to collaborate on some things, and with the principals that are organizing the prom and all of that kind of stuff. So we can put out a call as well. We have an enormous database of parents who are just, generous and willing and lovely. And So I'm sure that we can figure it out, but I also am concerned about the idea that kids won't come forward. So I hope that maybe Johanna De La Rosa and the counselors at Samo High can make sure that kids who wouldn't ask don't consider the ticket price the barrier to going to the prom. So I don't know how to execute that, but
and just so people know, the ticket price right now is a $60 ticket price for the event. That's just inclusive of costs, and then the reduced price is $55. And again, it's just to cover cost. But I think it's important to know that Ben is going to work with the principals to try to identify it. And I think it's important for us as a board to, if we can do anything to support our seniors after the year and 14 months they've gone through, I think we all want to do that. So let's give Ben and his team a chance to see what they can do. And if we need to take some sort of action on the 20th, we can bring it back. And it's great to have you there, Jen, where you can be our eyes and ears on the ground. But I think we want to help all our seniors at all our sites right now with whatever that would take. Okay. Anybody else have any board member items? Okay. Do we have any? We have no more public comments. Board member comments. Future agenda items. On that note, we adjourn while we wish Dr. Mark Kelly a very happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Good evening, everybody. I told him I would do it, but I'd wait till the end. Good night, everyone.
Hey, good night.
All right.